Chapter 856. This person seemed to be able to shatter the eternal. He stood on the Tao platform just like that, trampling all the Tao patterns beneath his feet. Even the great Tao had to submit. The natural laws of heaven and earth were unobstructed, all obeying his commands. Wuxi. Was this Wuxi? An unrivaled existence who could sweep through the heavens, someone who had been talked about for thousands of years. Who could actually see him? There were no portraits of him in this world, and no one knew his true identity. Yi Fan's heart pounded violently. This man on the Tao platform was too special. He had an extraordinary temperament. With me, there would be no heavens, and with me, there would be no Tao. He seemed to be able to represent heaven and earth, representing the eternal and the great Tao. His black hair draped over his shoulders, and his figure was majestic and imposing. He was like an immortal monument that stood there, unsurpassable by anyone. Unfortunately, his back was still facing the world, and no one could see his true appearance or the expression in his eyes. This made Yi Fan feel incomparable regret. At this moment, the aura of an ancient great emperor pervaded the air. It was as if he had crossed thousands of years to arrive. It was as if he was truly looking up at a flesh and blood Tao corroborator. Why was it like this? Yi Fan had a misconception. Why was this unparalleled existence that was both man and God always had his back facing the world? This was the case in the Purple Mountain. The old Tao platform was engraved with the mottled passage of time, recording the life of the great emperor. He sat there alone with his back facing the world. What was he looking at? Great Emperor Wuxi began to evolve. His laws, his techniques, and his Tao seemed to traverse the past and present, appearing before his eyes, appearing in the world of mortals. Strand after strand of Tao light flew out, and divine laws interweaved one after another. He became the center of heaven and earth, and even the sun, moon, and stars revolved around him. Wuxi's laws, there was no need to talk about the mysteries, but this kind of aura alone was shocking. What kind of power was this? He seemed to be the center of the universe. A wave of aura rushed over, drowning Yi Fan. He was shocked. He felt as if there was a living person with his back facing him. It was as if great Emperor Wuxi was still in this world, right in front of him, evolving the Tao corroborating secrets. Everything was so mysterious that his attention was drawn over. This was a type of technique. It wasn't Wuxi's complete Tao, but it was enough for others to spend an entire lifetime comprehending it. Perhaps they would only be able to scratch the surface. It's very close, yet very far. I can't see it clearly. I don't know how to operate it. Yi Fan's heart was as calm as still water, and he didn't panic. He opened his heaven's eye to see the essence, and his ear of the clairaudient also listened to the sound of the Tao, and captured the trajectory. I hear the wondrous sound of the Tao. A ripple appeared in his heart. His ears were ringing with the Tao, interweaving into tangible traces that appeared in his mind. Yi Fan moved his body. His body moved according to his thoughts, using his body as a magical imprint to merge with heaven and earth. He began to deduce again and again. He forgot everything else and didn't know where he was. There was only an imposing figure in front of him. That was his goal, the root of his pursuit. The boundless void, the eternal Tao. Yi Fan had forgotten about everything else. There was only the Tao in front of him. He kept chasing after it, wanting to grasp it in his hands. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck down, splitting apart this world and shattering this tranquility. It disrupted the order of time and space, freeing him from this state. Brat, you've gone mad. A large black paw rested on his shoulder, shaking him vigorously. What's wrong? Why did you interrupt my thoughts? Just then, I was about to grasp everything in my hands, Yi Fan asked. Just then you were about to transform into the Tao. Even your body was about to transform into the laws of heaven and earth. The large black dog said solemnly. Transforming into the Tao was a terrifying phrase. Many powerful cultivators would eventually take this step. Their bodies would die, and their Tao would disappear, returning to the laws of heaven and earth. Is that so? But I'm clearly close to that divine technique, and I'm about to grasp it. So why did I transform into the Tao? He asked himself. That's because great Emperor Wuxi is too powerful. He can suppress the great Tao of heaven and earth, and the laws he manifests are unparalleled in this world. You haven't reached that cultivation level yet you want to be like him? You're definitely seeking your own death. However, the large black dog was also considerably astonished. He hadn't thought that Yi Fan would be so invested and have this kind of comprehension ability. He had practically grasped the essence of that technique. You can't grasp it. Even a great sage wouldn't be able to do it, so you can't force it. No one knows the emotions that great Emperor Wushi had when he created that technique. If you can't resonate with it, you'll never be able to fully comprehend it. Then, Yi Fan began to comprehend it again. He gazed at the figure with his back to the masses, manifesting the Tao in his heart, comprehending the secret technique, and forgetting about everything else. In the end, everything disappeared. The Black Emperor shut off that ancient memory, and only Yi Fan stood alone on the mountain peak. He closed his eyes, silently comprehending it. What did you pass on to him? Is it Wushi's Tao? Duanda appeared and disappeared like a ghost. He emerged from a thief's hole, and asked the Black Emperor, "Woof, you dare to eavesdrop?" The large black dog chased after him and tore at him. Boundless celestial being. How could I be that kind of person? Besides, you were passing on the technique in your heart, so how could I see it? Duanda said. The Black Emperor stopped and said, his comprehension ability and cultivation isn't bad, and he quickly understood the Tao and grasped the essence. Unfortunately, he isn't an innate saint physique. Who moved the heavenly village's ancient tombstone tablet away? Qi Luo's voice traveled over from afar, and then he roared angrily. He had discovered a thief's hole. I'll leave first. When the time comes, I'll go and watch a world-shocking battle. Duanda shrank his neck, and then disappeared into the hole. A day and a night later, Yi Fan woke up. He faced the morning glow and stretched out his hands. His entire body was surrounded by the radiance of the sun, and his entire person became incomparably brilliant. Is this one of great Emperor Wushi's secret techniques? He muttered to himself. His right hand clenched into a fist, and he struck out with all his strength towards his left hand. Then, he used Wushi's secret technique to defend himself, and a strange thing happened. Perhaps I've understood great Emperor Wushi's path. Yi Fan looked at his own hands, and his heart was shaken. In the distance, the Black Emperor's heart trembled violently. Yi Fan had used such a short amount of time to comprehend that kind of technique, and it felt extremely astonished. Being able to comprehend to this step is extremely remarkable. No one can obtain the flawless Wushi technique, the large black dog said in a low voice. Then he ran forward and said, the path that great Emperor Wushi has taken, as well as his Tao, is something that no one can see through. There's no need for you to think too much, and you should hurry up and consolidate it. Time passed very quickly. 9 days passed in the blink of an eye, and there were only 6 days left. A kind of nervous atmosphere pervaded the air. Everyone in the heavenly village was waiting. Divine Sun will definitely win. Even little Kair knew about it. She hugged her milk bottle, and her steps were unsteady. She clenched her tender fist tightly as she spoke. In these past few days, the North region had become a place where powerful figures gathered. Experts from all over the world appeared, and they all wanted to watch this great battle. It could be said that this battle had far-reaching effects. It concerned many things. The battle between the saintly physique of the human race and the ancient emperor bloodline, from a certain perspective, was also a competition between the two great forces. It was a dialogue between the strongest. The great era had arrived, and the heaven and earth had long been dyed with blood. A few heroes of the younger generation had also died, but it was far from shocking enough. Talents like Hua Yunfei, the Middle Emperor, Yuan Gu, and Huang Xiudao were the focus of attention, and no one had ever died before. And this time, it would be a terrifying collision, and the most eye-catching battle of the younger generation would occur. Regardless of whether it was the death of Yuan Gu, or the death of the saintly physique of the human race, both would cause a great earthquake. The great battle had not yet begun, but waves had already been stirred up in the North region. All kinds of discussions soared into the sky, and it was unknown how many pairs of eyes were paying attention. Who would win? Who would lose? Who would be weak and who would be strong? This caused a heated discussion, and the entire North region was no longer peaceful. Everyone's attention was on it, and everyone was eagerly waiting. Yi Fan left the heavenly village and walked alone in the wild mountains. He strolled outside the purple mountain, arrived at the edge of the absolute beginning forbidden zone, and appeared at the edge of the falling eagle cliff. Li Heishui, Dongfangyi, and the others wanted to follow him, but he did not agree. He traveled alone and adjusted his condition in order to reach his peak. He walked through many primitive regions and arrived at many desolate mountain ranges that he had never set foot in before. In the end, he crossed the void and arrived at the southern region alone. Experts from all walks entered the northern region, and the ancient battlefield of Dawnperch Plain was no longer silent. The clouds of battle were dense, and many people had arrived in advance. All of a sudden, it became much livelier. In the noisy northern region, experts continuously rushed over, and all of them were waiting. This battle affected everyone's hearts. However, at this time, Yi Fan entered the fiery domain alone. He held the Bodhi bead in his hand and went straight to the 9th level. The temperature here was terrifying, and even saints would be afraid to take a step forward. He took out the myriad chi cauldron and began to frantically absorb it. 9-colored mist surged violently. This was the most terrifying flame in the world, and it turned into blazing light that entered the cauldron. One must not have the intention to harm others, but one must always be on guard. This battle was watched by the whole world, and all kinds of dangerous situations might occur. The ancient tribes were filled with true experts, and if a strong person interfered, the consequences would be unthinkable. He did not know whether the saints of the human race would appear, and he needed to pave his own path of retreat. Even if someone in the dark reached out, he would be able to escape unscathed. Both sides had already agreed that they would not use their inherited sacred weapons, and they would fight with true strength. Yi Fan agreed. Otherwise, if Yuan Gu took out the primitive emperor's weapon, there would be no need to fight. This battle would be a true showdown of strength. He would not use his flames unless something unexpected happened, and someone wanted to harm him. He would only use them as a backup plan. A rustling sound could be heard, as if there was a creature crawling about. Yi Fan was startled, and when he turned around he saw the ultimate immortal flame again. At the end of the fiery domain was a barren land without any signs of life. There were not even any flames, but it was rumored that an immortal had been burned to death here, and the ancient desolate tower had floated here for thousands of years. A small tree was moving, and the rustling sound came from it. The flames were throbbing, and there were many mysterious and unfathomable symbols that could burn down the heavens and destroy eternity. This was a terrifying place. Even saints would tremble when they saw this ultimate flame. No one could resist it, and anyone who came into contact with it would be turned into ashes. The ancient records were vague, and it was hard to say whether this tree flame existed or not. However, Yi Fan had come here twice, and he had personally seen it. He did not dare to act recklessly, and calmly waited for it to disappear. Jio Jio Jio. The tree flame flickered, and it was less than a meter tall. A small bird appeared on one of the branches. Its wings were beautiful, and it was chirping non-stop. Just like the flames, it was formed from symbols and laws. Immortal Phoenix. Yi Fan was shocked. It was shaped like a phoenix, vivid and lifelike. It was less than the size of a palm, and as it moved about while bathing in flames, it was mysterious and unfathomable. He had a bad premonition and quickly retreated. However, right at this moment, that dazzling bird chirped a few more times, and then spat out a speck of light. This speck of light was extremely fine. Before it even approached, the terrifying temperature already arrived. It was as if it could burn down the world, making one's blood run cold. This was the ultimate flame at the end of the fiery domain. Even though it was just a strand of weak light, it was still unbearable. It was difficult for Yi Fan to evade even if he wanted to. It was too fast, and it had already closed in. He brought out the Bodhi seed to block this strand of blazing light. It was clear that this was a symbol. It turned into a strand of hair, and it burned down the void. Hong. Suddenly, the Bodhi seed released endless light, but it could not block it. It was about to split apart. Buddhist light. Yi Fan was shocked. He never thought that this seed would contain Buddhist force, because he had never sensed it before. He used the rose symbol to retreat, But he couldn't break free from this strand of light. He used the all-life energy cauldron to block it, and at the same time he brought out all types of divine objects to defend. Chong. Suddenly, a sonorous sound rang out. That strand of light was blocked. It was actually a divine ancient scripture. That was half a page of scripture fragments that were bright red like blood. It was brought back from North Star, but he had never been able to comprehend it. It was because it did not have any words, only incomplete Tao patterns. Dense mist rose, and it was incomparably brilliant. Scarlet multicolored light dyed his entire body red, almost translucent. There was a phoenix cry that was clear and ear-splitting. The half-page of divine ancient scripture forged from phoenix blood, and scarlet gold resonated with that strand of light. Chapter 857. The multicolored haze was dazzling, and the blood-red scripture was trembling. It was forged from phoenix blood gold, and with zheng sounds, it was as if an immortal phoenix that had been trapped for a long time was about to break out. The fine flame merged with it, turning into a jumping symbol. It released an even more resplendent light, and the two resonated in a mysterious and unfathomable manner. Yi Fan retreated backwards. His eyes were like torches as he stared rigidly in that direction, fearing that he would miss something. Chirp chirp. In the depths of the fiery domain, that bird leapt about, bathed in flames like a divine phoenix. It continuously cried out as it stood on top of the meter-tall tree flame, and the scorching heat assaulted his face. It flapped its wings and actually wanted to fly, but in the end, it didn't leave the tree flame. It opened its mouth and spat out a strand of light, and like a streak of bright lightning, it scattered down. What is this? It's all formed from symbols. Is it really the essence of an immortal flame? Yi Fan's expression changed. He was worried that this half a page of immortal text was exceptionally precious. If it was destroyed here, then it would be troublesome. This was something he brought back from the tiger's mouth. Buddhist light shone, and the Bodhi seed floated in the air. A type of Buddhist might surged, blocking the fine flame in front of it. The seed's outer shell was changing, and it seemed like it was going to crack and fall off. A great Buddha appeared, sitting cross-legged in the void while being roasted by the flame. There was a sorrowful expression on its face, and it didn't move at all. Its body erupted with endless light. Yi Fan was astonished. The Bodhi seed actually possessed this type of mysterious power. This was something he had never heard of before. It contained a Buddha image, so what exactly was so strange about it? Suddenly, an unforeseen event occurred. A rustling sound rang out, and that small tree began to move. That bird continuously chirped as it rushed into the air, overlooking everything. The Bodhi seed's strange transformation caused the mysterious flame to also change. It wanted to move over, and the temperature became more and more frightening. Even the void was being burned. Yi Fan's scalp went numb. This thing was definitely impossible to defend against. There were records in the ancient texts that immortals had been burned to death in the depths of the fiery domain, leaving behind ashes. Regardless of whether this was true or false, it still proved how terrifying it was. He had no way of retreating. If that phoenix-like bird swooped down, then it would be a great disaster. There was no way to avoid it. Right now, they were in a delicate state of equilibrium. Once it was broken, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiu. The palm-sized phoenix opened its mouth and spat out a faint light that sprinkled down. The Bodhi seed's Buddhist light flourished even more. The patterns on its surface were changing, and the fiery light was approaching. This won't do. The more I resist, the worse it will be. The flames formed from symbols have no consciousness, and are merely being attracted by an external force. Yi Fan gradually understood the profoundness of the situation. If he fought against it, he would most likely die faster. If Wu Wei just stood there, it would not approach him. At this moment, the Buddha body's precious appearance was dignified. Endless light blossomed, attracting even more symbol flames. Even that small tree was almost right in front of him. The Bodhi seed seemed to be melting. Yi Fan gritted his teeth and sent a strand of his divine sense into the Buddhist light. It entered the Bodhi seed and tried to change everything. There was no divine will on it, only a fine imprint that was stirring up the Bodhi force, evolving into a great Buddha, becoming endless divine light. Yi Fan easily entered. The flames pressed on, and the previous imprint was almost erased. It gradually lost contact with the seed, and was about to disappear in midair. The great Buddha grew dim, and then slowly disappeared. Boundless light entered the Bodhi, but soon after another figure appeared. His black hair fell like a waterfall, and he sat cross-legged in the void like a demon god, releasing millions of rays of divine light. This is... Yi Fan was shocked. The Buddha body disappeared, and he appeared to take its place. The tree flames closed in, and the phoenix cried. The terrifying flames burned. The seed floated up and down. Yi Fan felt as if he had fallen into the 18th level of purgatory, and was being tormented. What happened? He didn't understand. He felt as if he was going to be turned into ashes. He calmed his mind and quickly adjusted his mood. He gathered all of the will that had entered the seed and submerged it. In midair, the demonic god figure gradually disappeared. The flames danced, and the seed seemed to have melted. The patterns on its surface had undergone a great change. The tree flames formed from symbols rustled. They no longer confronted each other and left this place. The seed fell to the ground, and Yi Fan became clear-headed. The will retreated and returned to his body. He then picked up the seed and observed it carefully. He was astonished. In the past, there was an innate Buddha on it formed from all kinds of natural patterns. Now everything had changed. That Buddha had disappeared and turned into his form. Yi Fan was absent-minded. The seed originally had someone else's imprint on it, and it might become a great disaster in the future. That was because he had no secrets from the seed. Yet now, this cluster of mysterious talisman flames was pressuring him, putting an end to a type of latent danger, and extinguishing it while it was still budding. This seed is quite miraculous. Only now does it belong to me. Yi Fan held the seed in his hand and felt that it was even closer than before. It was as if he could hear a mysterious sound coming from the distant past. He had long since stopped using this seed to comprehend the Tao. Right now, he wasn't trying to help it understand, but rather truly grasped a strange rhythm. It's half a page of immortal text. The tree flames disappeared, but that phoenix bird didn't retreat. It floated in midair and stared at the scripture cast from phoenix blood gold. It spat out many streaks of multicolored light. At this moment, the blood-red divine ancient scripture merged with the bright fiery light. Half of a flaming bird rushed out, but it looked like it had been cut in half by someone. Only half of its body remained. Half a page of immortal text, half an immortal phoenix. Yi Fan held the seed in his hand and stared forward. His eyes released two streaks of tangible light that seemed to connect to the injured bird's body and seize its secrets. This was produced from Tao patterns, containing the secrets of undying. Now it resonated with the light released by the bird formed from symbols, and only then did it appear in the void. Who in this world could avoid death? Not even great ancient emperors could do this. Was this really a piece of immortal text? Yi Fan focused his mind and studied the phoenix Tao patterns, wishing to seize the most fundamental secret. However, it was too difficult. The phoenix bird formed from half of the scripture was broken, half torn off. This type of damaged part wasn't connected at all, unable to form scripture meanings. Forcefully assembling it and continuously evolving it didn't work either. There was no way to produce scripture or great Tao. This made Yi Fan frown at his wits' end. Even though the seed in his hand merged with him, becoming even more intimate, it still couldn't produce something from nothing, couldn't create a Tao. It could only seize Tao traces that truly existed. Jujio. The little bird in midair swooped down, dancing about the phoenix blood gold. It was graceful and moving, but the temperature became even more terrifying. Yi Fan's expression changed, truly fearing that it would melt away the patterns on its surface. Chong. A metallic sound rang out. The immortal text released an even more beautiful light. It was scarlet red like blood, dyeing the entire fiery domain in a dreamlike radiance. It was mysterious and beautiful, a small segment of perfect Tao patterns. Yi Fan's eyes stared into midair. When the phoenix blood gold merged with the faint light, the damaged phoenix bird that was produced had a segment of iron chain-like patterns moving about. His eyes released divine radiance, hacking over like two sharp swords. They passed through the dazzling multicolored light and landed on that chain of order, carefully engraving it down. Swoosh. Fine fiery light jumped about. Yi Fan backed up, and then he stopped moving. His entire body seemed to have lost all life force as he sat down. His divine senses were pulled into a deathly still space, forcefully shut inside. There was only a single chain of order moving about, terrifying beyond compare. Is this the secret of long life? Yi Fan's mind became empty. He concentrated all of his attention on comprehending it, staring at the divine chain formed from Tao patterns. He didn't know the flow of time, completely immersed within. Unfortunately, how many things could this half of the Phoenix Blood Gold book record? Meanwhile, the perfect Tao laws it contained couldn't even be considered a corner of it. However, Yi Fan was still deeply moved. This was actually one of the 9 secrets, the swordsman character secret. This was the so-called everlasting and undying technique. When he comprehended this chain of order, the other secrets began to operate on their own, resonating with each other, merging with the Tao together. What a pity, the damage is too severe. I could only obtain this type of chain of order from the broken Tao patterns, unable to obtain its essence. Despite this being the case, Yi Fan was still shaken. The swordsman character secret could heal injuries, refine oneself into divine medicine. And even if one's primordial spirit was shattered, it could be regenerated even if there was only a single drop of blood left. It truly made him feel incomparably regretful. He couldn't obtain this type of almost undying secret. There was only a single divine chain, and there should be at least 9 complete ones. No wonder there was a rumor in ancient Ziwei star domain that if one obtained this ancient scripture, it would be hard to die even if they wanted to. It could repair the body, making it difficult for both the body and spirit to be destroyed. Of course, it wasn't immortality in the true sense. When one's lifespan dried up, even if one had this page of immortal text, it would still be useless, unable to prolong one's life. After an unknown amount of time, he finally retreated from the void and truly woke up. The half-page of the Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold book had long fallen to the ground, and the immortal flame had disappeared. This place was extremely quiet. Yi Fan picked up the page of scripture and slashed it on his shoulder. Blood immediately spurted out, but as soon as the swordsman character secret was activated, the golden blood that flew out immediately flowed in reverse, and the wound healed in an instant. This made him feel even more regretful. If he could obtain the perfect swordsman character secret, then he would truly be heaven-defying. He would practically have an indestructible golden body, invulnerable to all tribulations. Soon after, he smiled again. As a person, one had to learn to be satisfied. Being able to obtain a divine chain of order was already not bad. He didn't fall here and even obtained something, so he should rejoice. And now he had obtained this divine chain. It shouldn't be much weaker than Hua Yunfei's Phoenix Tribulation Regeneration technique, right? His greatest asset was his longevity. Yi Fan put away the half-page of immortal text, and then carefully sized up the Bodhi seed. His mind was completely clear, and he developed a strange feeling toward this seed. He had a feeling that something would happen because of it, and it would be unimaginably useful to him. I don't know what kind of unforeseen event happened today, but this Bodhi seed is making my heart palpitate. He muttered to himself. At the same time, Gu Fei and Gu Lin were in the midst of divination. Yi Fan had already left for a few days. Li Heishui, Dong Fangyi, and the others from the heavenly village were afraid that something would happen to him, so they let the 2 spiritual children do the divination. Bodhi is everywhere, faith gathers, and the sect is immortal. Pft! The 2 spiritual children opened their little mouths and coughed out a mouthful of spiritual blood. They immediately fainted, and after being shaken awake, they were at a loss and had forgotten what had just happened. What happened? Qi Luo and the monkey were both alarmed and ran over quickly. Immortal. Little Kay blinked her large eyes and said delicately while hugging the milk bottle, "Don't let them do the divination. They are spiritual children and can mutually resolve disasters." But something like this still happened. "It seems that it involves the heavenly secrets," the Black Emperor said in a deep voice. Yi Fan left the fiery domain and went all the way south. He arrived at Yin country, which was also the land where he first stepped into this world. Its central region was the forbidden ancient land. This time, he didn't want to take the risk to enter the forbidden area of life. Instead, he came to the small store where Uncle Jiang and little Tingting used to work. That was because Uncle Jiang said that he had come back once. An old neighbor told him that a beautiful girl named Lin Jia had come and asked about Yifan. Creak, creak, creak. After pushing open the dusty door, Yifan entered the store. Everything was the same as before, as if he had returned to the past. Suddenly, his eyes became sluggish. He saw a few words carved on the wall. They were written in characters from the other side of the starry sky, and they were very different from the ones in this world. Immortal Valley of Levitation. Yifan read out, and then stood in silence for a long time. What did this mean? Did they want him to search for it? In the end, he turned around and directly crossed over to return to the northern region. A world-shaking battle was about to begin. At this moment, he couldn't care about anything else. Everything had to wait until the curtains fell on this battle. Chapter 858. It was rare to see green mountains and clear waters in the northern region. The barren land was boundless, and the desert was bleak and cold. There was no sign of human habitation for hundreds of thousands of miles. It was a miserable scene. However, recently, this barren land gradually became lively. More and more cultivators could be seen, especially in the various ancient cities. The inns were almost full, especially the oasis near Sunset Perch Plain. It was overcrowded, and many cultivators had no choice but to leave. The battle between the human race's divine physique and Yuan-gu is not only the most influential clash of the younger generation, but also the first confrontation between the two great races. We have to watch. This wasn't just a single person saying this, but everyone was discussing it. They were all waiting anxiously because the date was approaching. It was about to begin. Almost all the cultivators in the vast 5 regions, all the races, all the cultivators moved upon hearing the news. It was unknown how many experts had arrived to watch this great battle. The impact of this battle was too great. It was like a meteorite falling from the heavens into the ocean, stirring up a great storm that swept through the entire ancient star. It could be said that the entire world was paying attention to this battle. Everyone was quietly waiting for this battle to begin. The atmosphere in the northern region gradually became tense and suffocating. There were only 3 days left before the battle at Sunset Perch Plain would begin. Yifan had already returned. After pondering for a long time and comprehending all the techniques, he held the scepter in his hand and began to carefully study the ancient scroll of the Celestial Court. He and Qi Luo had worked together to complete the inheritance of the Celestial Court. Now all the profound mysteries were revealed and no longer incomplete. The killing scripture had returned to perfection. Yifan held the Book of Time in his hand. His mind was calm and peaceful as he silently pondered. The great killing technique was somewhat at odds with his Tao, but it couldn't be denied that it had its own unique points. Using killing to prove one's Tao was displayed to the fullest. How are the human world and hell? Have they made any moves recently? It had been too quiet during this period of time, and this gave him a sense of foreboding. If the 2 divine dynasties were to suddenly launch an attack during the battle against Yuan-gu, it would undoubtedly be devastating. The human world has encountered great trouble. Li Heishui laughed mischievously. The ancient godly dynasty had been targeted by the Silkworm Ridge. Last time, they had lost a grand completion king, and now they had lost another giant. The 1,000-feet secular world had been destroyed. The news was undoubtedly shocking. This was an unimaginable loss. There was a boundless secular world in the human world. This divine dynasty was said to be 90,000 zhang in size, and it had a total of 9 small world palaces. Divine Silkworm Ridge's experts used the silk unwrapping cocoon secret technique to follow them all the way to this important place. A small world was shattered, not a single person able to escape. It's still that old silkworm, the protector of Taoist god Silkworm. He single-handedly split open the 3,000-meter red dust palace. The news will soon spread throughout the northern reaches. The heavenly village had a special channel, so they received the news at the first moment. The news hadn't spread outside yet, but they already knew about it. Sure enough, not long after, the northern region was in a state of chaos. Such a disturbance before the battle between the human race's sacred physique and Yuan-gu left everyone bewildered. Soon after, the divine Silkworm Ridge's matters were brought up again. This was the second great completion king-level expert they killed. Could he be considered the leader of this divine dynasty? They asked Yi Fan for the immortal divine medicine. Yi Fan replied, telling them to go to the divine city's Merak Stone Square to retrieve the source. The great completion king-level expert wasn't the leader of the human world. There was a saint-level killer? Everyone was astonished. It was as if a gust of autumn wind had swept past, making everyone tremble with fear. The old Taoist of divine Silkworm Ridge was silent, but he didn't want to give up because of this. Their 9 wonders immortal medicine had flown away, and now it had taken root in the ancient abyss. They wanted to use the Chilean medicine to make up for it. The restless northern region and restless people's hearts. A great battle was about to arrive, and a storm was brewing. Every wave made everyone's nerves tense up. Tell me the clues about the human world and hell. Yi Fan closed the book of time and looked at Qi Luo. What do you want to do? Qi Luo was astonished. I've comprehended a few wondrous techniques these past few days. I need to test them out and try them out, said Yi Fan. The heavenly village was a remnant of the former celestial court. They had grasped many clues about hell and the human world, but due to their limited strength, they had always endured and couldn't rise up. I'll go and clean up those branches and leaves. It doesn't affect the overall situation. Give me a list of those who can be killed. Yi Fan requested. That's true. You can go and experience the feeling of a life and death battle. Qi Luo nodded. At the same time, Yuan Gu was also on the move. He had passed through the 18 immemorial passes of the primitive lake in succession. This was a test set up by the primitive emperor's descendants, and he had passed it smoothly. Before the great battle begins, I need to make my blood boil. When the time comes, I'll destroy the human race's divine physique in one fell swoop. Yuan Gu also left the primitive lake on this day. On this day, the northern region was restless. Deaths occurred one after another. The number 1 of the living ghost race's younger generation was smashed to pieces with a single punch. The 2 heroes of the fallen winged race were beheaded, and the blood lightning royal race's young master was stomped to death. Yuan Gu attacked and killed everyone along the way. These people were all powerful and conceited. They had challenged his imperial dignity before, but now, they were all killed in one strike. Not a single one was left alive. Within a barren mountain, blood rained down once again. Yuan Gu had killed the 13th expert. His entire being was filled with a demonic nature as blood splattered all over his body. He had thick black hair, a tall body and a terrifying gaze. He gazed into the distance and muttered, "My battle blood is about to boil. The human race's divine physique, I'll wait for you." Yi Fan walked out of the heavenly village with a life and death book in hand. He searched according to what was written on it. Everywhere he passed, blood rained down. He killed people from both hell and the human world, setting off a violent wave. The great battle was about to begin. With such an impact, the northern region's atmosphere became more and more tense. No one knew that the 2 protagonists who were about to fight were taking action. Who are you? Within an ancient Taoist temple within a barren mountain, a few old assassins whose hands were stained with blood died with remaining grievances. They had nurtured many disciples, but now, they had been uprooted. I am Yuan Shi. At this moment, Yi Fan had transformed into a young Taoist priest. He wielded his sword and went on a killing spree. Half a day later, within an ancient tomb, Yi Fan entered alone. He walked into the ground and once again started a massacre. Another secret area was chosen. Yi Fan used all sorts of wondrous techniques, turning this place into a world of blood. There were over 100 corpses lying on the ground. Dongfang Yi and Li Heishui, whom he had killed in hell and the human world, had nowhere to go. Pang Bo's whereabouts were unknown, and Lu Ko's head was separated from his body. Yi Fan's heart was filled with anger. He had been suppressing it for a long time, but it was already on the verge of boiling. In this battle, Yi Fan killed from the northern region to the central region. It could be described as a river of blood. The Killer God dynasty suffered heavy losses, and many secret locations were razed to the ground. This humble Taoist Yuan Shi represented death. With a life and death book in hand, he killed from the north to the south. The entire eastern wasteland was in chaos. a young man from the Killer God dynasty who specialized in killing ancient killers, a ruthless demon king, and a Taoist priest who spun the life and death wheel. His name was Yuan Shi, and he shocked the entire world. There was only one word difference between him and Great Emperor Wu Shi. This Taoist priest called Yuan Shi stirred up a storm on this day. He was like a hot knife through butter. Everywhere he passed, corpses were piled up, and it was difficult for anyone to survive. Little Yi is getting excited from killing. Don't be unable to hold back. Li Haishui was worried. Qi Luo said, "It's fine. This is a battle of life and death. Divine techniques and realms are not the final reliance." He has already realized this, so he read through the Celestial Court's Book of Killing. Today he is looking for that kind of bloody instinct. Success or failure is very simple. It's only a matter of life and death. In the human world, the mortal world was bustling with people, accompanied by sorrow and joy, and there was no escape. The Killer God dynasty used this as a name, but it also represented a kind of concept. Once entangled with them, it was equivalent to the end of one's life. This ancient palace was said to be able to measure 90,000 feet of the mortal world. It was glorious for a time and overlooked the world. It was an immortal ancient watchtower built from the skulls of various kings. And within these 2 days, countless disciples and followers of the human world had died. This was a very big blow to them. A young Taoist priest called Yuan Shi had killed so many that they were unable to restrain their anger. In the end, Yifan stopped. Tomorrow was the day of the great battle with Yuan Gu, and he had also found that kind of feeling. At the same time, on a great mountain in the northern region, Yuan Gu stood bathed in blood. Even his hair was stuck together. He revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth and said to himself, "Human race's saint physique, I can't wait any longer." He was filled with the belief that he would win. The battle blood in his body was boiling, and his confidence was 100 times greater. His battle intent soared. Killing a group of enemies gave him a kind of invincible aggressiveness, and he wanted to bathe in divine blood. There was only one more day before the great battle would begin. The winds and clouds of the world gathered in the northern region. Many people were waiting and silently counting down. The divine city was the center of the northern region. Now it was even more noisy. Too many people had come, and too many experts had come. Many people were placing their bets in this gambling city. They had already begun to bet on who would win. Today, all the large stone squares were deserted. No one was gambling on stones, and everyone was engaged in the battle between the human race's Saint Physique and Yuan Gu. Regardless of whether it was the tea houses or the inns, they were all overcrowded. In addition, formation platforms had already been carved one after another. Early the next morning, countless cultivators would cross the void and head towards Sunset Perch Plain. Without a doubt, this kind of gambling had also caused many discussions and arguments. There were even many bloody incidents. What is the human race's saint physique? How can it be compared to the archaic emperor's bloodline? This time, he will die without a doubt. The person who could say such words was naturally an ancient cultivator. Some human cultivators refuted and said, "Yuan Gu is no good. This time he will definitely lose. The human race's saint physique has even broken the curse. Unless the young great emperor is revived, no one in the same generation can contend against him. How can the archaic emperor compare to the archaic emperor? As their descendant, I believe that Yuan Gu can split the human race's imperial prince in half, let alone a saint physique." This was a huge quarrel, and it was the same everywhere in the northern region. Many bloody incidents had occurred. The battle between Yi Fan and Yuan Gu had already escalated to a question of who was stronger between the archaic emperor and the archaic emperor. In the noisy northern region, the people were restless. The atmosphere before the great battle was extremely tense. This battle had far-reaching effects and involved many people. It would most likely be recorded in the history books. The imperial technique is world-shocking. It will definitely suppress the human race's mysterious techniques and kill the saint physique. The archaic emperor died early, but the great emperor of the human race might still be alive. It has long been clear who is stronger. This was no longer a duel between two people. The various powers behind them were also involved. Everyone was discussing and many people were quarreling. Which was stronger between the human race's saint physique and the archaic emperor's bloodline. The ultimate secret technique of the archaic emperor and the ultimate mysterious technique of the archaic emperor were going to compete this time. In this ultimate confrontation, who was stronger? Chapter 859. The air of the divine city was filled with the smell of blood. 41 bloody incidents had occurred on the day before the battle, and many people had died. All of this was because of the ultimate confrontation that was about to begin. I'll bet a piece of 9 heavens divine jade, Scarlet Jade King, that Yuan-gu will win. A world-shocking gamble had begun. The 9 heavens divine jade was a divine material that could be used to forge divine weapons. It was difficult to find in this world, and could be considered priceless treasures. Even saints would be tempted. A piece of great luo silver essence. The monkey arrived and gambled generously with that ancient race expert. It was also a rare divine material the size of a human's head that was rarely seen in many years. Sacred Prince, are you betting on the human race's divine physique to win? An ancient race expert was somewhat dissatisfied, but due to the other party's status, he didn't act out directly. Can't I? The monkey cast a sidelong glance and said in a domineering manner. Could it be that all the ancient tribes belong to the primordial lake race? This world-shocking gamble was something that everyone could participate in. Of course, there were also private gamblers that only took place between 2 people. They were betting on rare treasures because no one else could take them out. On the other side of the gambling house, Dong Fengyi, Li Heishui, and Li Tian were also betting on Yi Fan to win and cut off Yuan-gu's head. However, it was difficult for them to bet privately like the monkey, because divine materials were too rare. Even the ancient race's precious materials were not enough. Who would be willing to take them out? In another gambling house, the heavenly prince's appearance made all the cultivators nervous. He took out a sparkling and translucent pendant. It didn't emit any radiance, but it was enough to move people's hearts. The Tao Comprehension Tea Tree's core. When someone revealed the origins of this pendant, it immediately caused a commotion. Many people turned pale with fright. This was a priceless material that couldn't be exchanged for anything. It really is the Tao Comprehension Tea Tree's core. The gambling house immediately flared up. What kind of heaven-defying treasure was this? With it in hand, one's cultivation would be much faster. It could help one comprehend the Tao, and was an immortal treasure that one could only dream of. Left behind by the undying heavenly emperor. Very quickly, people thought of some ancient secrets. Back then, the undying heavenly emperor chopped down the Tao Comprehension tree and refined it into a Tao coffin. He buried himself in the style of a god, and no one could compare to him since ancient times. It was clear that this Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree heart was real, obtained after being refined, left for his son. It was difficult to find a second one in this world. A dreamlike level immortal material. The crystalline heart of the tree was only the size of a longan. It was warm and translucent, and it emanated strand after strand of ripples of the Tao. They interweaved into an expanse of mysterious and profound markings in the surroundings, and they were innately capable of resonating with the Tao. This gambling house was in an uproar, and news immediately spread. This pendant was too precious, and its value was almost immeasurable. I bet that Yuan-gu will win, and the blood of the human race's sacred physique will be sprinkled all over Qixia Plain. The heavenly prince's complexion was like jade as he calmly spoke. His black hair fell over his shoulders, and he was even more beautiful than a woman. His body was sparkling and translucent, almost perfect. He could be considered a flawless man. Everyone in the divine city knew about it, and many people rushed there. I'll bet with you. A human race old cultivator brought out a damaged holy weapon. The heavenly prince shook his head in disdain and said, "Far from enough. You don't have the qualifications at all. If you want to bet with me, then you have to reveal your own stake. At the very least, you have to bring out a great emperor's ancient scripture. This poor Taoist will bet with you." Duande immediately appeared. The grave robber couldn't remain calm, bringing out 2 stalks of ancient king medicine. This immediately triggered a huge commotion. King medicine. A single stalk can prolong one's life by several hundred years, yet he brought out 2 at once. What kind of background does this damn fatty have? This truly left everyone shocked. The drying up of one's lifespan was a problem that every cultivator had to face in the end. A single stalk of king medicine was hard to find, let alone 2 living stalks at once. Only a few people knew of Duanda's identity. They warned the people around them, saying, "She'll lower your voice. Don't slander him. This is someone who holds grudges the most. Be careful of your family's ancestral graves being dug up. 2 stalks of king medicine isn't enough. If you want to steal the Chilan divine medicine seed, then that's more like it." The heavenly prince laughed coldly. At this moment, everyone came to a realization. He came specifically for the undying medicine on Yi Fan's body. This was a bet of life and death. Woof. The Black Emperor growled, secretly hating that he couldn't find Yi Fan's whereabouts. Otherwise, he was prepared to throw caution to the wind and gamble. His large eyes stared at the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree, his heart unable to shift. Meanwhile, the monkey Li Tian, Dongfang Yi, and the others also came. They stared at the heavenly prince and forcefully restrained themselves from rushing over to kill him. This was because he had a protector by his side. Of course, the people around him didn't dare to make a move against them. As long as the victorious fighting Buddha existed in this world, all those who went against him would have to be on tenterhooks. "Sacred Prince, how about we make a bet? If you don't have a suitable stake, then pick out 1 or 2 of your father's scriptures." The heavenly prince said, "This bastard is provoking me." The Black Emperor bared his teeth. "Why don't we go to Sunset Perch Plains and have a great battle? If I die, you can take away the scriptures left behind by my father. If you die, I can take away the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree's heart." The monkey opposed with equal harshness. "What's there to argue about? We are all members of the royal family that survived since the ancient times. We should get along with each other." An ancient race elder stepped out to mediate. In the end, the monkey and the heavenly prince both snorted coldly. The primordial royal family appeared to be harmonious on the surface, but when had they ever truly gotten along? They each controlled a few powerful tribes, and rarely did they unite against external enemies. "This poor Taoist will make a bet with you." At this moment, a young Taoist walked in. In his hand was a page of scripture that flowed with Tao marks. Before anyone could see it clearly, he had already put it away. "Who are you? What are you going to bet with me?" The heavenly prince asked indifferently. However, his heart was shaken. That page of scripture just now was definitely not an ordinary item. This poor Taoist is Yuanshi. I will use a scroll of Yuanshi scripture as the wager. The young Taoist revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth and smiled confidently. "I've never heard of it before. You want to use a random scripture to compete with the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree's heart?" A person beside the heavenly prince sneered. Swoosh. The page of scripture flickered once again. 9 mysterious ancient characters burst forth with brilliance and disappeared in a flash, leaving behind a type of Tao rhythm in the air. This immediately caused all the experts to be astonished. "How about it? There are 9 emperor characters on it. Is the wager enough?" This Taoist was naturally Yi Fan. He had also come to the God City. Now that his origin technique was not far from the heavenly master realm, even if he had the heaven's eye, no one would be able to see through his true body. "All right, I will bet with you." A world-shaking gamble began. Sunset Perch Plains was an ancient battlefield. Not even a blade of grass grew here. It was vast and boundless. It had existed since the ancient times, and there were countless legends about it. According to the ancient records of the various races, the Yuan Emperor killed the strongest opponent in his life here. From then on, he walked on the path of invincibility and finally became an emperor. Yuan Gu chose this place for the decisive battle. His determination and meaning were obvious. He was determined to prove his Tao and walk on his own supreme emperor's path. Early in the morning, a ray of multicolored light streaked across the sky. The bright red sun rose from the horizon, illuminating the plains and making this place much livelier. At this moment, Sunset Perch Plains was not deserted. It was already densely packed with people. It was unknown how many cultivators had crossed the void and arrived. Moreover, it was still ongoing. From time to time, the domain gates would open. Everyone had been waiting for this battle for many days. This was originally a wilderness, but now it was filled with a sea of people. One couldn't see the end with a single glance, and it became a kind of wonder. The southern mountains' barbarian king had arrived. He rode on the back of the azure dragon and descended. Those who were attentive saw a small black turtle lying on his head, and their hearts were all shaken. The people from the demon imperial palace have also arrived. A group of ancient demons descended, including the southern demon and Chihuahua. They did not want to miss this battle. Ba! Buddhist chants rang out. Several golden arhats appeared, and behind them were more than 10 young monks. Buddhist light shone from the back of each of their heads, forming a wheel, mysterious and powerful. They are from the Great Lane Temple. Quite a few people cried out in alarm. There were many ancient temples in the western desert, but in terms of their roots, they all originated from Mount Meru. Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the distance. The people from the primitive lake had arrived. They were a dense mass of over 1,000 people, and among them, there were no less than 100 from the Emperor clan. There were even ancient kings among them. Not to mention anything else, just this aura alone was enough to intimidate any opponent. With an ancestral king overseeing the formation, who wouldn't be shocked? On the contrary, Yuan-gu would definitely be more domineering. Can Yifan win? Jiziyue was filled with worry as she searched with her big eyes. Yifan had not arrived yet. She stood shoulder to shoulder with Ji Haoyue, flanked by quite a few old-timers from the Ji clan. What right does the divine physique have to compete with the ancient emperor's bloodline? Why did you muster such a large force? We can kill him with our own hands. Over 1,000 people had gathered at the primitive lake, and quite a few radical young disciples were discussing. They didn't accept the divine physique at all, and believed that there was no need for Yuan-gu to make a move. They were enough. Immediately, many people from the neighboring ancient tribes responded. In a moment, the atmosphere here was flourishing to the extreme. Yuan-gu hadn't appeared yet, but this place was already boiling over. Where is the human race's divine physique? A young man from the ancient race stood up and said with a cold gaze, "You want to fight against the ancient emperor's bloodline? I don't think there is a need. I will kill you myself." This was a youth from the king race, one of the 8 great king races under the primitive lake. His cultivation had reached the great circle of Immortal 2, and was about to sever one's Tao. Everyone's hearts trembled. This was definitely arranged by someone. On one hand, they made Yuan-gu's aura flourish, and on the other hand, they attacked the human race's divine physique, continuously weakening his aura before the battle. It wasn't necessarily the royal family of the primitive lake who wanted to do this. It was possible that the powerful tribes under them had made this decision. That's right. What does the human race's divine physique count for? What qualifications does he have to fight against the ancient emperor's bloodline? I think I should go out and kill him first. Another young expert from the ancient race stood up. A group of filthy brats. This poor Taoist will kill you all. At this moment, a tall and sturdy figure stepped forward. Who are you? This poor Taoist is Tong Tian. I will kill all of you rotten firewood. Don't affect the real battle. The young Taoist who called himself Tong Tian strode forward. Since you dare to come, then it will be a battle of life and death. The few ancient race members who had been clamoring just now walked forward with a fiendish smile. This poor Taoist will send you all on your way. The young Taoist shouted loudly, and unexpectedly attacked the few people at the same time. In an instant, all kinds of lights danced in the air. These people were all sucked in, and began a battle of life and death. However, the battle didn't last for long. Very soon, blood splashed everywhere as several ancient race members were cut in half, dyeing the ground red with their blood. The dragon sparrow soared through the sky. The eastern wasteland's demon giants had arrived. The crimson dragon Taoist, the successor of the sky demon palace, Yao Yuekong, and a group of people descended. Among them was a woman who looked like a fairy from the 9 heavens. Her style was peerless and could cause the downfall of cities and countries. She was the Azure Emperor's descendant, Yen Ruyu. On the other side, the realm gate opened. Saint Child Yao Guang appeared with the identity of the successor. He had an indescribable temperament, and many old antiques guarded and respected him. The 9 Phoenix ancestor has arrived. In the distance, an ancient divine carriage appeared in the void with 9 terrifying archaic beasts pulling it. No one had thought that this battle would alarm such a peerless character. No one is allowed to be rude and cause trouble. Let the human race's divine physique fight against the ancient race. A cold voice came from the carriage. Chapter 860. The Nine Phoenix ancestor had appeared. He was the existence with the highest hopes of becoming the great sage. The carriage pulled by 9 ancient beasts stopped in the sky, causing many people to shudder in fear. The noisy dawn perch plains became much quieter. All sorts of clamor died down. Everyone was shocked. They had never thought that such a character would come to watch the battle. It's best if all of you shut up. Taoist Heavenspan was extremely tall and sturdy. His black hair shone and his bronze skin flickered with a healthy luster. He had an imposing aura. None of the younger generation from the various primeval tribes dared to make any more noise. After all, ancestral King Nine Phoenix had spoken, and no one wanted to provoke him. Many of the younger generation glared at this so-called Taoist Heavenspan. That looks like the 9 slashes of the demon emperor. Yen Ryu's expression changed. She was devastatingly beautiful as she gazed into the distance. Pang Bo. In the distance, Yi Fan was excited. Other people's clairvoyance couldn't see through him, but his heavenly eye could. He had never thought that Pang Bo would appear at this critical moment and return alive. Who are you? Pang Bo saw him approaching and looked over vigilantly. This humble Taoist is Yuanshi. Yi Fan smiled. Pang Bo immediately laughed and walked over in large strides. The two of them punched each other. They had gone through life and death together. They had come to this world together through trials and tribulations. And now they were finally able to meet again. It had been 12 years since they last saw each other. It really wasn't easy for them to meet again. Yi Fan had traveled alone in the desolate star domain while Pang Bo had experienced life and death battles in the eastern wasteland. What about the Ziwei ancient star domain? Are there any legendary ancients from Earth? It's the same as here. Figures have appeared before, but they all went down the ancient starry sky path. Where did you go? Why did you only appear now? I escaped into the immortal palace outside the ancient forbidden land. My harvest there wasn't small. The two of them quickly exchanged a few words. Their hearts couldn't calm down at all. To be able to meet again in this foreign land made them feel excited and close. They walked out of the battlefield together and merged into the crowd, disappearing from sight. The sun rose from the east, and the morning glow sprinkled over the earth. The entire ancient battlefield was suffused with radiance, giving this barren land an additional auspicious aura. When the realm gate opened, the great sage Dian, Zifu, and Dao Yi appeared one after the other. There were many people, from the white-haired old man to the heroic young generation. All of them came to watch the battle. Among them, there was a purple-clothed young lady who was bright and beautiful. Many people were discussing in low voices, saying that she was an innate Dao core, a future heaven's pride goddess. She was exceptionally eye-catching. Not long after, the people of the Central State's Great Xia arrived on a cloud, like a group of heavenly soldiers and generals. Their armors flickered, and the one in the lead was Xia Yiming, who had now become the Great Xia Lord. Beside him followed the white-clothed little nun, who was full of mischief. The people from Divine Silkworm Ridge have arrived. Someone cried out in alarm. An elder walked over on foot, followed by more than 10 men and women. They appeared from the horizon, their appearances unremarkable and ordinary, but they made many king clans tremble in fear. This old silkworm was the Divine Silkworm Princess' younger brother. The clouds surged and Jiuli Guhua and the other Central State Divine Dynasty appeared one after another in the distant sky. This battle had a great impact, and almost all the famous great powers in the world had arrived. Even the aloof Jade Pool had people here. The Jade Pool Saintess stood in the clouds, elegant like an exiled immortal. She watched from the distant sky, quietly waiting for the battle to begin. Dark clouds rolled, and an ancient ancestor king appeared. He breathed in and out at the end of the world, sitting cross-legged in the black mist like an ancient demon god, coldly watching the Qixia battlefield. The appearance of such an existence immediately made this place a bit more tense. Many people were trembling with fear, almost falling to the ground. Not long after, people found the saint of Tianxian Stone Square. He was stooped and holding a walking stick. He looked very weak, but his appearance immediately made many cultivators of the human race feel at ease. Time's up. Human race scientists, have you arrived? A loud roar resounded through Qixia Plain, like the roar of a demon god. The entire earth trembled. Yuan Gu had appeared. There was an uproar as everyone flew into the sky to see one of the main characters of this decisive battle. The person with the ancient emperor's bloodline stood there like a demon lord, frightening everyone. He was tall, and his black hair hung loosely down to his waist. His eyes were filled with a wild radiance that shot out dozens of meters of solid light, frightening people's hearts and souls. This type of expert full of demonic nature stood alone at the center of Sunset Perch Plains. There was a type of if I can't do it, who else can I do it? I am the most supreme, extremely domineering, looking down on all directions. Human race scientists, are you afraid? Time's up, so why don't you dare come? Are you afraid of my ancient emperor's bloodline? He'll die without a doubt if he comes. His constitution isn't good enough, so how can he compete with the incomparable ancient emperor's bloodline? He's far inferior in terms of forbidden secret arts and realm. He'll die for sure if he comes. Many young experts of Primitive Lake shouted, and some even came out of the crowd to provoke the center of the battlefield. They wanted to weaken Yi Fan's momentum, and everything was for Yuan Gu to win. Just now, Daoist Tongtian had mysteriously jumped out and killed them like vegetables. Moreover, the 9 Phoenix King had also appeared, so they couldn't be too excessive. Now that the great battle was about to start, they no longer had any misgivings. They knew that Yi Fan would definitely come, so they brazenly mocked him and wanted to stir up great waves in his heart. The human race's saintess is only SOSO. If you don't dare to fight against the ancient emperor's bloodline, why don't I come out? I can still cut you down with my sword. Gotcha. At this moment, a golden streak of lightning tore through the sky, causing many people to close their eyes. It was too dazzling and bright as it streaked across the sky. Noisy. Yi Fan appeared. He turned into a humanoid lightning as he descended from the sky. His left foot stepped on someone's chest, while his right foot stomped on the face of an ancient race expert. Bang. Bang. The 2 young ancient race experts who were still clamoring just now were paralyzed on the ground like dead dogs. They were trampled down from the sky by Yi Fan and collapsed at his feet. In front of him, several ancient race Yis couldn't help but retreat. They were terrified when facing the saintess of the human race. That terrifying aura caused them to tremble uncontrollably. Scram! Yi Fan shouted coldly. He exerted force with his foot and kicked out 2 people, causing them to collide with the people in front of him. They were prepared, but they couldn't block that kind of force. It was as if they had been hit by a great mountain. They all spat out blood as their bodies were torn apart. They flew out and fell weakly to the ground. The human race's saintess appeared. His entire body was bathed in divine splendor. He was calm and composed, and an aura that caused others to tremble pervaded the air. He walked forward step by step like an immortal divine statue that towered between the heaven and earth. There was no need to hide it. He was like the reincarnation of a celestial emperor that ruled over the world. Every pore on his body was emitting boundless light that submerged the entire heaven and earth. At this moment, his spirit, energy, and soul had become one. His battle intent could split the heavens as he pressed forward with an indomitable spirit that could swallow mountains and rivers. The clouds in all directions moved. I was just waiting for you to appear. Yuan Gu roared and turned into a beam of black light as he rushed over. He immediately attacked without any nonsense. Boom. Yuan Gu's fist blasted out. A bright moon rose from the sea, creating millions of blue waves. A divine moon hacked down and covered the area in front of it, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. Yi Fan raised his hand, attacking like a deity, grabbing a hidden vein underground with a single motion. It moved through the heavens, as if he was brandishing a true dragon, smashing downwards. The earth and rocks shattered as the 2 of them violently shook. They were like 2 suns that erupted with millions of dazzling rays of light, making it hard for people to open their eyes. Is this the collision of the strongest bloodlines? The others really can't compare. Anyone who goes up will be turned into a bloody pulp. The collision between the 2 was like a collision between 2 worlds. Boundless light shone in all directions, causing the clouds to collapse dozens of miles away. The heaven and earth cracked like beautiful jade. This was a disastrous exchange. Everyone was falling back. They originally thought that they were standing in a safe area, but it seemed that it was far from enough. There was a kind of Tao transformation aura pervading the battlefield. The heaven and earth were illuminated, and there was a resplendent expanse. Two tall figures were fighting in the middle. Their appearances could not be seen, and only two resplendent silhouettes could be seen. Every strike caused the heaven and earth to tremble. It was as if two deities were fighting. Everything else had disappeared, leaving only the two of them as the only source of light. Boom. In the final strike, they crossed paths and then stopped. They silently sized each other up from an endless distance. The endless brilliance disappeared, and the heaven and earth regained their clarity. The plains had collapsed and were in a state of desolation. It was as if a catastrophe had happened, and it was extremely terrifying. All directions were silent, especially the elites of the younger generation. They felt a chill from head to toe. The disparity was too great. It was truly a tragedy to be born in the same era as these two people. How could the others compete? Even if they were in the same realm, they would probably be killed by a single punch from these two without any suspense. What was a peerless bloodline? What was unrivaled among the same generation? These two gave the best interpretation. Even if they were at the same cultivation level and stood at the same peak, their battle prowess would still differ from person to person. "I'm still all right after stretching my muscles a bit," said Yuan-gu. Everyone's expressions changed. Was this still not a true confrontation? Was it just a probing exchange? How strong would they be in a true battle? "Then let's fight." Yi Fan roared and took the initiative to attack. His body was enveloped in a layer of divine splendor, as if he was an awakening celestial emperor. His aura devoured the mountains and rivers, and his head of hair became resplendent as they danced behind him. He blasted a punch forward. Ho! Yuan-gu roared towards the sky like a demon lord crossing over. His black hair draped over his shoulders as he also rushed forward to attack. His eyes were frightening. Boom! The two clashed, and it was as if two parts of the sky had collapsed. A destructive aura rushed out as their bodies burned and blossomed with millions upon millions of rays of light. What? You don't even have any defenses? Do you want to die together? We've just started. Yet we're already going to decide life and death? This is too fast. Everyone in the surroundings cried out in alarm. They all had their mouths wide open as they nervously watched everything unfold. Yi Fan's fist seemed to have pierced through the 9 heavens. All kinds of symbols curled around his golden fist and fingers, emitting a terrifying sound similar to the cry of the heavens. Boundless light illuminated everything. Yuan-gu was the same. The aftermath of his jet-black fist destroyed the mountains and rivers, turning everything within 100 miles into a great desert without any signs of life. Neither of them dodged and struck their opponent with the might of millions upon millions. Yi Fan's fist pierced through half of Yuan-gu's head and shot out horizontally, staining it with a large amount of blood. Meanwhile, Yuan-gu's fist also pierced through his chest, causing golden holy blood to splatter everywhere. This was a method of mutual destruction, and it was extremely shocking. Every single drop of blood, every single blast of wind from their fists was terrifying, destroying the great earth and collapsing the heavens. Endless Tao patterns interweaved, splitting the heavens and earth apart, forming a terrifying great Tao rumbling sound that was deafening to the ears. Yuan-gu was incomparably cold. He forcefully tore apart half of Yi Fan's chest. The ancient emperor's bloodline was unparalleled and surpassed everything. It was almost like the revival of the young Yuan emperor. However, the human race's saint physique was comparable to the deities. With a long roar, he struggled free and almost split Yuan-gu in half. Large amounts of blood gushed out from half of his body. Chapter 861. No one would have thought that they would engage in the cruelest and most primitive form of close combat. Blood was dripping everywhere. This was a scene that no one could bear to see. This was a contest between the ancient emperor's bloodline and the human race's divine physique. Who was stronger and who was weaker? Which of the two physiques was stronger? All of this was about to be revealed. Pooh! Blood gushed out. Yuan-gu's majestic body was cleaved into 2 halves, causing a rain of blood to fly outwards. The hearts of many people from the ancient clans almost stopped beating. How could this be? The Supreme Emperor looked down upon the ancient times. His physique was invincible, able to sweep through the 3,000 worlds and reverse the 6 paths of reincarnation. There was nothing they couldn't do. His bloodline descendants were peerless. It was the same as the rebirth of the young Yuan Emperor, able to compete with the human race's divine physique. However, why was there such a terrifying scene in front of them? Yuan Gu was cleaved into 2 halves. Regardless of whether it was the ancient clans or the human race, they were all seething with excitement. No one dared to believe this. The Supreme Emperor could suppress the heavens with a single hand and look down upon the ages. After confirming the Tao, it was rare for him to meet someone worthy of taking action. He represented the strongest. The blood of the Yuan Emperor flowed within Yuan Gu's body. Everyone in the ancient race knew that his body represented immortality. No one could contend against him unless the other ancient princes took action. However, this human race's divine physique that they didn't know too much about had actually done it. Could it be that the human race's physique could compete with the young Yuan Emperor? Sunset Perch Plains was in chaos. All the ancient clans were panicking. How did the human race become so terrifying? They were far stronger than before. Were they still the weak race of the past? Pung. Suddenly, Yi Fan's body also exploded. With his chest as the center, it had been pierced through by Yuan Gu's fist. At this moment, it completely collapsed. Golden holy blood splashed out, creating a ghastly sight. Everyone cried out in alarm. Both of their bodies had been destroyed. This was too cruel. Both sides were injured. Yi Fan, Li Heishui, Dong Fengyi, Li Tian, and the others cried out in alarm. This was a bit too cruel. His body had been destroyed right from the start. This was too worrying. One has to know that this was the human race's divine physique. The bloodline of the archaic emperor is truly incomparable. It can even shatter the sacred body of the human race. It's truly horrifying. The Black Emperor said to himself. Little Yi. Ji Ziyue exclaimed. Her mouth was wide open and her eyes were filled with tears. She was somewhat terrified. As a descendant of the ancient emperors, she knew very well how terrifying this bloodline inheritance was. This was because the records of the emperor in her family were very clear. Essence Light Reincarnation Wheel, shine on my undying body. On Sunset Perch Plains a low roar sounded. It was as if an ancient evil spirit was returning, breaking free from its shackles and slaughtering its way out of hell. A sparkling and resplendent treasure wheel appeared between the 2 halves of Yuan Gu's body. It was untainted by even a speck of dust, and emitted an inextinguishable radiance. The 2 halves of Yuan Gu's body quickly merged together, and he was reborn in the blink of an eye. One of the secret arts of the primitive emperor, Vital Light Reincarnation Wheel. He borrowed the might of the heavens and earth to reconstruct his body and achieve immortality. He looked down upon the world and was invincible. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. How were they supposed to fight like this? The most precious thing for cultivators was their life. Yuan Gu's bloodline was peerless, and with such a secret method, it was simply impossible to defeat him. On the other side, a divine chain of order appeared and connected all of his flesh and divine blood together. With Walala sounds, they weaved together to form a Tao law of life. The golden blood that had spilled out flowed in reverse. Every piece of flesh and blood flowed in reverse and merged together. Yi Fan's body fused together and became one again. Hong. Divine splendor filled the air and rushed out from his pores. He had once again become a flawless body. Golden blood energy filled the sky as he recovered to his peak state. This similarly shocked the spectators. Both of them were unharmed. In the blink of an eye, they were full of vigor and their battle intent was even higher. They erupted with boundless light that was about to drown out the heaven and earth. The human race's sacred body. You truly exceeded my expectations. Yuan Gu shouted loudly. You didn't exceed my expectations. Yi Fan replied with equal harshness. A world-shaking confrontation unfolded. Yuan Guang Reincarnation Wheel. Yuan Gu's words were cold like the echoes of an icehouse. These words resounded throughout Qixia Plain. Above his head, that precious wheel appeared again and flew out from his body. It illuminated his body until it was immortal, and illuminated his enemies until they died. This was one of the Yuan Emperor's divine techniques, and was extremely difficult to break. Ah! Blood flowed from the eyes of many people wherever the origin light passed. They retreated in fright. It was already like this from dozens of li away, so one could well imagine how terrifying its power would be when it was closer. Swoosh! Yi Fan disappeared from his original location. The secret technique of the Celestial Court's killing scripture was unleashed, and turned into a god of death. The entire heaven and earth turned blood red as murderous intent filled every corner. Yuan Guang treasure wheel. Illuminate 10,000 realms. You can't dodge it. Yuan Gu shouted in a low voice. The wheel suspended above his head illuminated all directions, and the void was continuously annihilated. It was like an exuberant divine furnace that stood amidst the world of ice and snow. It melted away all the wind and snow, and only itself existed eternally. When have I ever dodged it? An ice-cold voice sounded beside him. Yi Fan's finger was like a sword as it slashed downwards. One of Yuan Gu's arms fell as blood gushed out. However, he didn't even blink as he said, Yuan Emperor's blood has never flowed in vain. The void trembled as the Yuan Guang treasure wheel fell, and illuminated every drop of blood. It turned into a sea of blood that trapped Yi Fan within. One world in sand. This was a secret technique that only those with exceptional abilities could use. The drops of blood merged together, and turned into a vast ocean. The entire Qixia plain became a sea of blood. Yuan Gu sat in the center with the Yuan Guang reincarnation wheel above his head. He began to chant an incantation in an attempt to refine Yi Fan. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. A green lotus swayed and took root in the sea of blood, accompanying Yi Fan. He also sat down with primal chaos lingering around him. The three-leaf bitter sea green lotus was like an incarnation of Tao as it absorbed the power of the sea of blood to refine Yuan Gu. Yuan Gu snorted coldly and opened his eyes with a swoosh. He held the Yuan Guang reincarnation wheel in his hand, and shone with a deathly light that suppressed Yi Fan. The sky collapsed as rumbling sounds rang out incessantly. Amidst the sound of Tao, an immortal king rose behind Yi Fan. He sat high up in the 9 heavens and looked down at the vast earth. He stretched out a large hand and pressed downwards to obliterate the Yuan Guang treasure wheel. Clanging sounds rang out as if there were 100,000 heavenly swords attacking at the same time. The deathly light shot out by the Yuan Guang reincarnation treasure wheel was hundreds of meters long, and slashed towards the immortal king. Yi Fan roared loudly as his body merged with the immortal king. He held a green lotus in his hand, and took a step down from the 9 heavens. He brandished the 3-leaf Tao lotus and shattered the 100,000 heavenly swords. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly. He held the green lotus in his hand, and slashed at the Yuan Guang reincarnation treasure wheel. A cracking sound rang out, and the origin light dimmed as if it had disintegrated. Black deathly light splashed everywhere. However, the 3-leaf Tao lotus in Yi Fan's hand was like an incarnation of the Tao. Strands of primal chaos curled up around it and blocked all the black light. It became even more verdant and alluring. Ka. The Yuan Guang reincarnation treasure wheel collapsed and cracks appeared on its surface. Then it exploded with a bow sound. It was formed from the Tao laws and could be formed and destroyed indefinitely. However, Yuan Gu's expression also changed. Pow! Yi Fan merged with the immortal king and continuously brandished the green lotus in his hand, lashing out at Yuan Gu's body. Even someone as powerful as Yuan Gu's emperor blood body couldn't endure it, and was almost split apart. This wasn't an ordinary injury and was left behind by the Tao lotus. It was extremely difficult to heal, and made him cough out several mouthfuls of black blood. He quickly retreated and used the reincarnation wheel to heal himself. Divine Domain. Yuan Gu roared loudly and stabilized his declining momentum. His body emitted hundreds of millions of strands of multicolored light that turned into a divine domain. Within this space of Tenjiang he was like a deity. The heaven and earth listened to his orders, and everything was under his control. Swish. Yi Fan retreated and his body also erupted with boundless light. A golden circular domain appeared. His personal divine domain was opened and no techniques could touch him. He stood alone within it. The two of them each had their own domain. Hundreds of millions of divine splendor bloomed, covering every inch of the void. This illuminated the heaven and earth, making them incomparably divine and dignified. Boom! The great battle began once again as the two divine domains collided. The intense confrontation began as they turned into two streaks of lightning. Wherever they passed, mountains and rivers collapsed and became a scene of desolation. The mountain ridges were like paper and couldn't withstand a single blow. They slaughtered their way into the desolate mountain range from Sunset Perch Plain. It was as if they were establishing a new world and destroying all the old order. Large amounts of mountains flew up and were shattered into the sky by the aftermath. The battle between the two affected a wide area and affected everyone's hearts. People were following closely and nervously watching from the back. This battle had already been fought from dawn to noon, and over 1,000 exchanges had already passed. Dazzling multicolored light, resplendent light, and mysterious Tao laws emerged one after another, dazzling everyone's eyes. The wondrous techniques were endless. Clang! A light sound pierced through all the light and sound. An inch-long divine sword appeared between Yuan Gu's eyebrows. It was dazzling and resounding. What? Is that a saint's sword or an ancient emperor's secret weapon? Everyone's expression changed because they felt a strange power. The divine sword had yet to be released, but the sword waves had already destroyed the endless mountains and rivers. In the wilderness, it was unknown how many mountains had been turned into fine powder and turned into a desert, never to exist again. The killing intent had extinguished all life and turned this place into a barren land. It's not a weapon. It's a secret technique from the scriptures written by the primitive emperor. The primitive emperor's Tao sword. An imperial family member of the primitive lake said coldly and confidently. This wasn't a weapon, but rather an evolution of a divine order law. After materializing, it had the shape of a sword, but its essence was the Tao, so it was called the primitive emperor's Tao sword. Its destructive power was world-shaking and terrifying. It's finally appeared. This must be a forbidden technique from the scriptures left behind by the primitive emperor. Those who have seen it before have all died. An ancient creature muttered to himself. As expected, nothing could stop it. The inch-long primitive emperor's Tao sword easily pierced through the golden sacred domain and entered Yi Fan's shoulder. It passed through and brought out a large amount of golden blood. Clang! The primitive emperor's Tao sword flew out and then turned around to hack down. Yi Fan reached out with both hands and caught the sword, wanting to break it. However, the inch-long resplendent Tao sword wasn't material. At this moment, it turned into a divine order chain and shattered the vacuum. It turned Yi Fan's hand into a part of the law and almost cut it off, causing blood to drip out. Army formula. Yi Fan put his hands together and emitted a radiance that filled the sky. With a clang, he became one with the Tao sword and held it in his hand as he charged towards Yuan Gu, turning into a beam of divine radiance. Yuan Gu roared. His hair was disheveled as he formed a seal and attacked outwards. You underestimate the primitive emperor's Tao sword too much. Yi Fan's hand melted under the Tao sword, but he also used his law. Not only did the army formula temporarily block the primitive emperor's Tao sword, but it also turned his body into a weapon. Yuan Gu screamed. Yi Fan's body was like a peerless heavenly sword that pierced through Yuan Gu's body, causing black blood to fill the sky. The Yuan Guang reincarnation treasure wheel appeared, and Yi Fan reached out with a large hand to grab it. At the same time, a large foot stomped down. His body erupted with boundless light, not giving Yuan Gu a chance to reincarnate. With a pu sound, he stepped on Yuan Gu's cracked chest and landed on the ground, shattering his body into pieces. Chapter 862. Yi Fan's fingers covered the vital light reincarnation wheel and shot out tens of thousands of rays of light, shattering it inch by inch and turning it into pieces of law chains that disappeared into the void. He exerted force with his feet, wanting to obliterate the broken body and wipe it clean. In the end, this powerful enemy was about to melt him with the primitive emperor's Tao sword in his palm, because he felt something was amiss. The pieces of the body on the ground all turned into a bloody paste, but they were still enveloped by the brilliance. Yuan Gu's angry roar was heard as he escaped into the ground. The vital light reincarnation will turn into a divine chain of order, gathering and extinguishing indefinitely. Although it was destroyed, Yuan-gu could continue to transform it within his body using this secret technique, allowing him to escape death. In the distance, the expressions of those at the primitive lake changed. This was not without a price. There was no one in this world who could avoid death. Every reincarnation meant the consumption of one source. How many times could he persevere? The strength of the human race's sacred physique exceeded everyone's imagination. It forced Yuan-gu to reincarnate twice, causing the royal family of the primitive lake to become worried. Clang. At the same time, the primitive emperor's Dao sword in Yi Fan's hand burned even brighter. Blood flowed from his palm and fingers as his hands fused together, emitting strands of Dao pattern fluctuations. There were actually terrifying signs of Dao transformation. What was going on? Everyone was shocked. The human race's sacred physique, which had the upper hand just now, was now in danger and on the verge of destruction. Dao transformation was a terrifying phrase. The stronger the cultivator, the more afraid they would be. Sooner or later, they would become a part of the law of heaven and earth and disappear. The tyrannical flesh of the human race's sacred physique was obvious to all. Even when competing with the bloodline of the ancient emperor, he would not be at a disadvantage. But now, an inch-long sword was about to destroy him. Everyone gasped. This was the mystery of the primitive emperor's forbidden secret technique. It could draw upon the power of Dao transformation. No matter how powerful one's divine ability was, it would be useless. Even the ancient emperors would have to transform into Dao when they passed away, let alone an immortal. Open for me, Yi Fan shouted. He frantically activated the Bing formula and forcefully operated the Dao sword. He wanted to break it from his hand and throw it into the abyss of the void. However, this sword was difficult to remove. It had almost fused into his flesh and became a part of his body and could not be separated. The Dao transformation continued. The terrifying power of the laws of the world constantly surged over, causing Yi Fan's hands to blur. They were about to disappear, and his soul was about to be drawn out. Bang! The Bing formula was unparalleled in the world. It was the supreme secret technique of controlling weapons. At the most critical moment, the primitive emperor's Taoist sword was shot out and submerged into a dark crack. Yi Fan's fingers lost their luster, as if they had lost their original qi and dissipated between heaven and earth. He operated the secret swordsman character to heal himself. All kinds of auspicious lights surrounded his body. The terrifying power of the Dao transformation caused Yi Fan to exhaust his origin energy to recover his hands with great difficulty. If he had taken another step forward, he would have entered the abyss of annihilation. It was too dangerous. Transforming into Tao, this is the true power of the primitive emperor's Tao sword. In the distance, everyone's bodies went ice cold. Even Nine Phoenix King, Divine Silkworm Ridge's lord, and the others who were watching the battle were silent. Their eyes were incomparably deep as they inwardly deduced. Since ancient times, almost all those who had seen the forbidden secret technique of the primitive emperor had died. The reason was very simple. This was a sure kill attack, and anyone who came into contact with it would die. Everyone was shocked. The human race's divine body could actually forcefully strip away that kind of power. This was a terrifying powerhouse who could resist the secret technique of the primitive emperor. His future achievements were limitless. Boom. In the distance, black light lingered and Dao cries rang out incessantly. A demonic body reappeared in the world. Yuan-gu's face was somewhat pale. The two reincarnations had cost him quite a bit. I admit that I underestimated you. He spoke in a low voice, but his killing intent became even stronger. His thick black hair danced chaotically as a Taoist sword in the center of his brow flickered and shone. Clang. With a sword cry, the primitive emperor's Taoist sword flew out again. It turned into a dazzling rainbow and shone with eternal light, drawing on the power of the Dao transformation. The surroundings were deathly silent. Everyone's expressions changed. This was a forbidden power that transcended one's own body, and used the order of heaven and earth to refine a person. Who could resist it? The eternal light and immortal power arrived in an instant. Yi Fan's hands moved about, evolving many methods in the world to resist the power of the Dao transformation. Clang, clang. Radiance burst out from his palms from time to time, colliding with the Taoist sword. However, it was also dripping with blood. No one could resist this kind of forbidden power. It's useless no matter how much you struggle. The primitive emperor's Taoist sword can destroy all cultivators. As long as it's a living creature, it will be difficult to escape its attack. Yuan Gu sneered. Clang, clang, clang. The essence of the primitive emperor's Taoist sword was a divine chain of order. It turned into a tangible light and clattered. It was the resonance of the laws, shattering everything in the world and destroying all vitality. Yi Fan contended against it and continuously revolved around it. After hundreds of exchanges, he was still struck in the end. His waist was severed, and his torso was separated. The primitive emperor's Taoist sword could cut through everything in its path. Yuan Gu followed up and swung his fist fiercely, bringing about a monstrous black mist. His battle prowess was terrifying. Qixia Plain and the surrounding barren mountains were all destroyed. The two halves of Yi Fan's body quickly retreated and wanted to reassemble. However, the primitive emperor's Taoist sword pursued relentlessly like a shadow, making it difficult for him to escape. Even if I had the primitive emperor's blood, I would still have a grievance if I was struck by it, let alone you. Yuan Gu was very cold. Thousands of rays of light blossomed from between his brows and resonated with the primitive emperor's Taoist sword. The chain of order let out an even more terrifying sound. Walala! The divine chain of order fell and split Yi Fan in half. It was almost the same as dismembering him. Fresh blood was dripping, and it was a tragic sight to behold. Little Yi Fan! Jiziyue cried in the distance. The expressions of Li Heishui, Li Tian, Peng Bo, Dong Fengyi, and the others also changed. This divine chain was too terrifying. It contained the laws of the archaic emperor, and an irresistible aura pervaded the air. The faces of the Jade Lake Saint, the Middle Emperor, the Jade Lake Saint, Yin Ruyu, and the others were also filled with shock. Everyone finally understood what the forbidden secret technique on the last page of the scripture written by the archaic emperor was. It was unparalleled in killing. As long as it was used, the enemy would definitely be killed. There was simply no way to contend against it. Walala! The primitive emperor's Taoist sword was an inch-long divine sword at one moment, and a divine chain of order the next. It cut off all enemies, and all living beings were afraid of the Tao transformation. Yi Fan used the secret character of swordsman to repair his body with great difficulty. He evaded the Taoist sword and used the army character formula to resist it. He wanted to distinguish the sequence of the Taoist patterns and turn them into his own Taoist sword. However, he failed and suffered serious injuries. He fought continuously and narrowly escaped death. This was the most thrilling battle he had ever encountered since he started cultivating. He was almost about to transform into the Tao. Hold on! Someone shouted from behind. It was Peng Bo's voice. Yi Fan calmed his heart and concentrated. After his body was cut open 9 times, golden blood sprayed everywhere. It was a ghastly sight. Even the flesh shell of the powerful divine body weakened a bit. The primitive emperor's secret technique was terrifying. A battle of life and death, a difficult moment. He muttered to himself. No one had cut him open 9 times before. Clang, clang. In the end, Yi Fan used the army character formula and found some traces. He felt out some changes and began to counterattack. Terrifying. That is the power of the Tao transformation. After being cut open 9 times in a row, even an accomplished king would have become a part of the rules of heaven and earth. It is impossible for him to exist, but he is still alive. People were not only terrified of the primitive emperor's Taoist sword, but also shocked at the tenacity of Yi Fan's life force. He should have died 9 times, but he still persisted. The primitive emperor's Taoist sword was not a real weapon. Yi Fan could not completely control it with the army character formula, but he was able to observe some of the rules. At this moment he launched a fierce counterattack. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. With great difficulty, he used the swordsman's secret formula to cleanse the power of the Tao transformation and restore his body that was cut open. With a cold expression he charged forward. His entire body was surrounded by divine splendor, and all types of symbols flickered on his fists. Dang! The golden fist smashed into the Taoist's sword, producing a deafening sound. Drops of blood dripped down, but it did not cut off his fingers. What? What kind of power is that? He blocked the primitive emperor's Taoist sword. Everyone cried out in alarm. Regardless of whether it was the various ancient tribes or the human race, their faces were full of shock. There was actually someone who used a pair of fists to block the ancient emperor's forbidden technique. The sound was unending, and it was as if streaks of golden lightning were hacking about. Yi Fan's fists were surrounded by endless symbols, and they were invincible. They smashed the void until it collapsed, and even the primitive emperor's Taoist sword was trembling. 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. It really is this matchless fist technique. It has appeared in this world again. Some of the old cultivators of the human race were excited. They saw some clues and were indescribably shocked. This was a secret technique that had been lost for a long time. They originally thought that it would never appear again. It was rumored that when the last person who learned the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist passed away, he left behind his last words. He engraved them on the path to becoming an immortal, and he turned into ashes after he finished speaking. How did he get it? This was the question in many of the old cultivators' hearts. Yi Fan was still far from becoming an immortal. How did he take that step and step onto the path to becoming an immortal? In Sunset Perch, there was one person with the most special expression. It was the saint from Tianxian Stone Square. His lips trembled nonstop as he muttered to himself. We didn't open that path. Senior brother, junior sister, everyone else died. Only you brought out the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. Clang, clang. Yi Fan's entire body was shrouded in Tao markings. A mysterious radiance flowed as he used his fists to forcefully take on the primitive emperor's Tao sword. 6 blurry ancient worlds flowed between his palms and fingers. A power that could split the heavens and the earth filled the air. It dispelled the power of Tao transformation, and was about to destroy the Tao sword. Yi Fan's palms and fingers were bleeding. He was injured by the Tao sword. However, the power of Tao transformation couldn't erode it. At this moment, his heart was empty as he was immersed in an invincible fist intent. I am invincible, reigning supreme in the world. Even the great Tao couldn't suppress me. This was the true meaning of this fist. It struck down the 9 heavens, reopened reincarnation, and reversed the 6 paths. Yi Fan used the Bing formula to figure out the trajectory of the primitive emperor's Tao sword. Now that it couldn't escape, he waved his golden fist and smashed it down with the 6 ancient worlds. Bang! Bang! The heaven and earth trembled. The Tao sword turned into a divine chain and wailed. In the end, it was about to break and couldn't break free. Everyone's expression changed. The primitive emperor's forbidden secret technique had an enemy. Now it was actually going to be broken by someone. This was a different kind of contest between the great ancient emperor and the immemorial emperor. Boom. In the end, Yi Fan's fist shattered the divine chain. Yuan Gu let out a loud cry as blood seeped out from between his eyebrows. He almost fell to the ground. Yi Fan moved forward. At this moment, his essence, energy, and spirit were all concentrated into a pair of golden fists. His life's cultivation and unyielding willpower transformed into a pair of Tao fists. At this moment, he advanced to a strange, wondrous state. It was as if he had become one with the Tao. He broke through the 9 layers of Yuan Gu's defenses and shattered his physical body. With a flash of light, Yuan Gu's flesh was reborn not far away using the vital light reincarnation wheel. His face became even paler as the veins on his forehead bulged. Yi Fan didn't say anything and attacked again. His body and mind were peaceful, but his attacks were boundlessly domineering. His fists seemed as if they were going to smash down from the 9 heavens. The wind from his fists caused the mountain ridges in the distance to fly and collapse in the horizon. Yuan Gu roared. His black hair danced in the wind as the primitive emperor's Tao sword appeared between his eyebrows once again. The light was even more dazzling, but a strand of black blood flowed out from his immortal platform. Dang! Another terrifying battle ensued. Yi Fan shattered the primitive emperor's Tao sword for the 2nd time, and broke the divine chain. At the same time, he killed Yuan Gu's physical body with a single punch. At this moment, Yi Fan was like the reincarnation of a celestial emperor. His hair fluttered in the wind as he exuded an aura of supremacy. His voice was sonorous as he said, "I'll let you be reborn. I'll kill you every time you come back to life until I crush your unyielding willpower." Chapter 863. Not good. Everyone's expression changed. Yi Fan's imposing manner at the moment was worrying. His heart was definitely filled with an unrivaled belief, which was not a good sign. "I'll resurrect you and kill you every time you come back to life until your will collapses." It was easy to imagine just how confident he was. Everyone's expression changed, and quite a few people became restless. This was the bloodline of the archaic emperor. Yet someone dared to face it with such an attitude. What did he think he was? "This is the way to prove that I'm invincible. I don't care if you are a king or an ancient prince. Even if you are a young archaic emperor, I'll kill all who stand in your way with one punch." The path of the archaic emperors has always been forged with bones and blood. The saint of the Merak stone square said to himself. Yuan Gu was resurrected. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his hair flew up in anger. He had been killed several times today, which made him feel suffocated. He was such a proud character, yet he had been killed again and again today. Ah! He let out a long roar that caused the 9 heavens to rumble. It was as if the sky was about to fall down. He used all kinds of secret techniques, but they were all unable to stop the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. He was blasted away and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Bang! In the end, the primordial emperor's Tao sword was shattered once again. The divine chains of order collapsed and fell to the ground like pearls, drawing out streaks of light. Yuan Gu screamed. This was the 3rd time he was killed by Yi Fan along with the Tao sword. He turned into a bloody light and escaped hundreds of meters away, before being resurrected by the Origin Light reincarnation wheel. In this world, all techniques had a price. He had resurrected himself, but he had consumed a portion of his origin. His face lost a few strands of color, and became a bit dimmer. Strands of black blood flowed out from between his brows, dyeing his face red. The primordial emperor's Tao sword flashed and disappeared, no longer appearing because it was suppressed by the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. It was useless to use it again, and this forbidden technique had been completely broken. Kill. At this moment, every single one of Yi Fan's pores was connected to heaven and earth. Endless spiritual essence surged, entering his body, making him shine with endless brilliance. Every time he brandished his fist, it was as if he was controlling the will of the great Tao. It was incomparable, and the entire universe moved along with his fist. Yuan Gu's expression abruptly changed. Although he had an endless stream of secret techniques, he still couldn't block it. This fist technique was too tyrannical and invincible. The stronger one's willpower and belief was, the more terrifying the fist power would be. This was especially true for the 6 blurry ancient worlds. Every time they rotated, there was a kind of earth-shattering force that almost broke Yuan Gu's bones. Pooh! Blood rained down as Yuan Gu was sent flying by Yi Fan's attack. He flew hundreds of meters away as his golden fist shattered the vacuum. Nothing could stop it. You really surprised me. Every inch of Yuan Gu's bones was crushed into powder. He slowly got up from the ground. He realized that he had to break Yi Fan's mental state. Otherwise, he would definitely lose. With this kind of invincible belief, he would even dare to slay a god. This was a type of attitude where he was the most supreme. Thud thud. Yuan Gu walked slowly like a black specter. He moved left and right, leaving only the sound of his footsteps. The sky and earth darkened, creating an extremely strange scene. A black shadow wandered back and forth like a 10,000-year-old evil spirit. It continuously circled around Yi Fan as if it had just escaped from hell, and could pounce forward at any moment. Swoosh! Yi Fan followed the instructions from the Celestial Court's killing scripture, and began a round of attacks that resembled the return of the Grim Reaper. He suddenly disappeared and reappeared in an instant to launch a terrifying attack. Bang! The unparalleled 6 paths of reincarnation fist smashed through the void. Yuan Gu's bones broke and tendons snapped. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and was sent flying several times. He was almost instantly killed. I've actually been forced to this step. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and muttered to himself coldly. He then suddenly raised his head as his eyes became incomparably frightening. His eyes were as deep as the sea. His left eye turned into a black sun while his right eye turned into a blood moon. They swallowed people's primordial spirits as if they were moths flying into a flame. He calmly stood there like a black demonic mountain. It was as if he could crush the heaven and earth, causing people's hearts to tremble. A strange aura pervaded the air, causing all the spectators to tremble in fear, and involuntarily take a few steps back. Yuan Gu's aura was completely different. It was as if he had been reborn, and became a completely different person. It was as if a demonic god had been resurrected, and was facing the common people. Suddenly, a sonorous sound rang out. Yuan Gu's eyes blossomed with electricity as if a divine weapon was softly humming. The heaven and earth became as dark as ink in an instant. His physical body could no longer move. Everyone was shocked. Even though they were dozens of miles away, they still felt this way. They were unable to move a single step and were frozen in place. What had happened? This was the question in everyone's heart. Go. Among them, some unparalleled powerhouses made a move. With a sweep of their sleeves, they brought those who could not move away from the plains and sent them far away. Only then did they regain their freedom. The scripture written by the primitive emperor before he passed away, the last forbidden secret technique. At this moment, everyone almost suffocated as they thought of this possibility. It was impossible for Yuan Gu to only cultivate the primitive emperor's Tao sword out of the 3 slashes of the immortal path. There must be other divine techniques. Of course, the last secret technique of the primitive emperor was the core essence of his life. Even the great sage would find it difficult to comprehend it completely. He could only learn 2 or 3 techniques, and it was impossible for him to learn more. At this moment, in the center of the battlefield, Yi Fan felt that it was very difficult for his body to move. He was imprisoned by an indescribable force and an ominous aura was surging. Is it another of the primitive emperor's forbidden techniques? He muttered to himself. He did not panic because his opponent's physical body had not moved a single step. Only his eyes were becoming more and more terrifying. The sky became darker and darker, until one could not even see their fingers in front of them. Even the heavenly eye could not see through everything. It was a blur. This was the Tao laws distorting the space. Yuan Gu's cold and emotionless voice sounded in the distance. You can be proud of yourself even if you die after forcing me to use the ancient emperor's forbidden techniques. His left eye turned into a black sun and flew out. It was as oppressive as a great mountain. His right eye turned into a blood moon and rushed out. A strange power surged forward. Yi Fan was shocked. He was restrained and could not move a single step. How could he face the attack? Suddenly his eyes shone brightly. The heavenly eye of Yuan Gu opened, and he saw strands of Tao laws densely covering the area. They sealed everything, including Yuan Gu's physical body. Only his mind energy could move. Yi Fan let out a cold snort. The heavenly eye of Yuan Gu's dazzling light engraved strand after strand of Tao laws in the sky, drawing the Genesis Chi under the ground. Boom! The confined void shook violently. Endless light flames soared and refined the black sun and blood moon together, attacking Yuan Gu's physical body. Yuan Su realm. Yuan Gu's voice was still indifferent. He spoke these 3 words in a steady manner. Each word was sonorous and sounded like metal splitting the sky. The surroundings suddenly became even darker. The Genesis Chi disappeared and was isolated from the earth. They appeared in a primitive void that was hazy and endless. This was like the ruins of a world, one that was covered in desolation. There was only ruin, cold and quiet, and there was nothing else. Yi Fan noticed that he really was standing in a different world. The ancient emperor's final volume secret technique was indeed strange and unpredictable. He was still unable to move even after being taken to the Yuan Su realm. Yuan Gu, are you afraid? You lost to me in a battle of physical strength. Now you want to fight with my divine will? I will fulfill your wish and crush your will. The battle has just begun. When have I ever lost? You can't shake my belief in the Tao. You will die under my forbidden technique. Yuan Gu said. Boom. A black sun appeared, accompanied by a blood moon. They rushed over together and burst forth with endless light and divine energy, forming a pair of figures. The black sun cracked, and a man in a black battle robe walked out with a black iron spear in his hand. His demonic might was matchless and domineering. The blood moon cracked, and a young man in a blood-red robe rushed out. There was a large red bell above his head that was ringing in a drawn-out manner. Blood-colored chaos swirled around it as he pressed forward step by step. This was a manifestation of his divine will. His eyes, which were normally nurtured, had transformed into two gods. No one knew that they were gods nurtured by the primitive emperor's secret technique. Yi Fan sneered without fear. He was also quite experienced in the cultivation and understanding of divine will, so he was very confident. A splendor flashed between his eyebrows, and a small golden man stepped out. He held a 3-foot-long 4-edged divine whip in his hand. There were a total of 26 segments, and each segment had an extreme Dao rune. Using the flesh shell as a relay station, the heavens as a journey, and the gods as the foundation. This was the secret technique recorded in the Valley of Gods. It gave him great inspiration. The small golden man that appeared between his eyebrows transformed into the divine striking whip. It turned into a streak of golden lightning, and rushed over to attack Divine Will and Yuan Gu. Dang! The large red bell vibrated in a drawn-out manner, emitting ripples that destroyed Divine Will. Yi Fan's heart trembled, and his primordial spirit became unstable, almost collapsing. He couldn't help but be horrified. The opponent's Divine Will attack was indeed unique. After stabilizing himself, the small golden man brandished the divine striking whip and rushed over. Its power was peerless, and this was the result of countless tempering. Back then, his divine will couldn't even touch this whip because it was extremely harmful to his divine will. Now, it had become a special weapon for his primordial spirit to use. In front of him, a demonic godlike figure walked out from the black sun. His black battle robe flickered, and the iron spear in his hand flickered with black light. He blocked the divine striking whip and released a sonorous sound. What? You also have a primordial spirit weapon? Yuan Gu was startled. Yi Fan was also extremely shocked. The iron spear in the hands of the black-clothed Yuan Gu, and the large bell on top of the red-clothed Yuan Gu were actually weapons refined to deal with the primordial spirit. They were secret treasures just like the divine striking whip, but their ranks were unknown. Monstrous waves surged in Yuan Gu's heart. This kind of secret weapon was extremely difficult to refine, and only a few people knew how to use it. It could often be said that it could kill people in one blow. Yi Fan was frightened and couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been turned to ashes in one blow. Yuan Gu had prepared a killing technique for him. That was because he clearly knew the terrifying consequences of a weapon like the divine striking whip striking the primordial spirit. Even the great firmament immortals would find it difficult to save him. The two fought fiercely. Yuan Gu transformed into two deities with a single thought. One held a jet-black iron spear, while the other had a large red bell on top of his head. One attacked while the other defended. Dang! Yi Fan was having a hard time. The weapons in the hands of the two deities were inferior to the divine striking whip, but the opponent had a special primordial spirit secret technique that could increase its power by several times. Comprehending one technique. Comprehending all techniques. Yi Fan smiled coldly after retreating a certain distance. His mind was clear as he used the army formula with his primordial spirit to seize the opponent's weapon. Clang! Dang! The iron spear clanged and the large red bell rumbled. Yuan Gu let out a strange cry as he almost died from the backlash. He said in a deep voice, "Your secret technique is indeed special. All weapons can be seized. Fortunately, I was prepared." He suppressed the two primordial spirit weapons, and the two deities turned back into a black sun and a blood moon. They collided with each other and interweaved into divine chains that densely covered the Yuan-Su realm. Yi Fan cried out in alarm. The little golden person turned around and fled. The divine striking whip in his hand entered the space between his eyebrows and hid inside. Inside the Yuan-Su realm, divine laws of the order were densely covered, and all of them were targeted at the primordial spirit. This was equivalent to setting up a deadly formation that was boundlessly terrifying. One had to know that this was a secret technique created by the Yuan Emperor. These divine chains were definitely the pinnacle of the Tao. Once such a killing formation was formed, who could contend against it? If one's primordial spirit was trapped here, death was certain. The Yuan Emperor's final secret technique was indeed more powerful and terrifying than the previous. This special secret realm was equivalent to purgatory. Let's see how you will survive. Human race's sacred physique, I will refine your sacred skull into a sparkling wine cup. It will be my eternal collection. Yuan Gu said coldly as he hid inside the Yuan Su realm. Actually, I also feel that the battle should end. There are many corpses on the great emperor's path. Today, you will be the first person of the ancient emperor's bloodline to fall under my feet and forge my path to the Tao, shouted Yi Fan. Chapter 864. The Yuan Su realm was a scene of desolation. It was dark and desolate, as if it was a wasteland at the end of the world. Numerous divine chains of order rattled and interweaved to form dazzling lines. This was the tangible form of the Tao. As long as one's primordial spirit came into contact with it, it would be instantly killed. Yi Fan's flesh shell did not move. The golden little person was sitting on the immortal platform. His entire body was resplendent and many symbols were flickering on the surface of his body. He was holding a small cauldron in his arms that was surrounded by the source energy of all things, protecting it tightly. Time seemed to have stopped. The heaven and earth seemed to be in an eternal state of stillness. Both of them were preparing a world-shocking attack to completely eliminate the other party. Suddenly, a dazzling pillar of light rushed out from the top of Yi Fan's head. The golden little person finally rushed out with the small cauldron in his arms and charged forward, avoiding the divine chains of order. It was too fast. Yuan Gu's expression changed. His two deities had already fused into one, and were standing on the other side. Divine chains of order were beneath their feet, sealing the void as they began to suppress and kill the enemy. Walala! The two seemed to be separated by a starry sky. The chains of laws all trembled and emitted boundless light that illuminated the mountains and rivers. All kinds of Tao sounds rang out, and all kinds of lights danced about in a dazzling manner. The Yuan Su realm was no longer dusky. Divine laws were everywhere like flourishing fireworks. It was beautiful and dazzling, but it also contained a peerless murderous intent. Any chain was a great killing weapon, and even the primordial spirit of a king would die upon coming in contact with it. The Tai Chi turned into the endless and reverse direction. The golden little person fused with the Tao and turned into the escaping one. It flew out from Yi Fan's body and turned into an eternal light. At this moment, Yi Fan was hugging the cauldron and moving forward. The source energy of all things fell down and blocked the power of laws. He locked onto a point in front of him and rushed towards Yuan Gu. Time was frozen and space was shrinking. Everything seemed to have stopped at this moment. Only he hugged the cauldron and emitted divine splendor. The Yuan Su realm was trembling. Yuan Gu's deity seemed to be frozen and couldn't move at all. He could only watch as the divine radiance approached and finally let out a loud roar. Boom! The entire Origin Ruins realm was in an uproar. He had finally regained his freedom under the suppression of the small golden person. Rumbling sounds rang out above his head as a large bell appeared, releasing deafening bell waves. A battle halberd appeared in his hand as he stabbed it into the sky to resist the great enemy. Clang! A long and drawn-out bell sound rang out. The large bell above Yuan Gu's head took a direct hit and almost collapsed. Cracks began to appear on it. The battle spear in his hand collided with the myriad chi cauldron, and finally blocked the fatal blow. Your technique has been broken. Let me see what other techniques you have. Yuan Gu shouted loudly. His feet glowed as he stepped on the chains of order. The entire void began to sparkle. The chains of laws were like translucent true dragons that pierced toward Yi Fan, wanting to bind him in the Yuan Ruins realm and kill him. The Tao is boundless. This is just the beginning. There's no need to talk about breaking it or not. The small golden person was very calm. The cauldron in his arms rose up and floated above his head. Silk ribbons fell down to protect him. This was the first time someone had escaped unscathed from Yi Fan's attack. Yuan Gu's cultivation was extraordinary, but he didn't panic. Clang, clang. Every chain was ringing as they pierced through the void to strangle Yi Fan. The divine flames of order were burning and could destroy all primordial spirits. There was no such thing as immortality. Buzz. Yi Fan quickly dodged, and then secretly used the army formula to make the large bell and iron halberd counterattack. However, the Dao chime only shook a few times. Those weren't primordial divine weapons, but rather the divine chains of order. It seemed that Yuan Gu was very wary of his weapon control technique. Crash. Hundreds of chains of laws appeared. This was Yuan Emperor's forbidden secret technique. Every divine chain of order was sparkling and translucent, containing a peerless murderous intent. These chains of laws formed the immemorial order-killing formation. This was an extreme imperial technique. It was too difficult to escape after falling into this formation. There was almost no way out. This was a sure kill technique of the immemorial emperor's final secret technique. Of course, Yuan Gu was limited by his cultivation and realm, so it was impossible for him to lay down a flawless immemorial emperor's magical chain. However, this was still extremely terrifying because it was difficult to survive after being trapped in the killing formation. However, Yi Fan didn't suffer a calamity. He was like a specter moving about. The small golden person used the line formula and walked through the Tao laws of the myriad threads to avoid all the calamities. Yuan Gu turned pale with fright. He had once tried to fight against a king at the grand completion of his race, and trapped him in the Yuan Ruins realm. The line formula shone brilliantly and flickered amidst the interweaving Tao diagrams. Yi Fan continuously turned danger into safety as he closed in. How could this be? Yuan Gu felt that he couldn't use this power. How many people could activate these divine chains? Even those at the Tao severing realm couldn't use it, especially when there were so many of them. This should have been a fatal blow, but the other party easily avoided it. The destructive force tore apart the void, but it couldn't injure the other party in the slightest. Boom! The small golden person's entire body was burning with golden battle intent. He held the god-beating whip in his hand, and had a treasure cauldron on his head. He crossed the Tao laws and rushed forward. The fierce battle between their primordial spirits surged as the two turned into bolts of lightning. Yuan Gu withdrew all his laws and covered them densely around his body. However, he still couldn't change the situation. He was restrained by the god-beating whip in Yi Fan's hand. He had an origin weapon, but he didn't dare use the army formula. One side pressed forward with indomitable will while the other was apprehensive. This battle was naturally one-sided, and could come to an end at any moment. Boom! In the end, Yuan Gu still used his origin weapon. The large bell and iron spear appeared once again, but they were wrapped in divine chains instead of being activated directly. Clang! The small golden person became braver as he fought. He swung the god-beating whip and shattered the large red bell, causing it to fall to the ground in fragments. Clang, clang, clang. The iron spear collided with the god-beating whip, causing sparks to fly everywhere. In the end, it broke and was completely destroyed. Yuan Gu screamed as the divine chains of order around him were forcefully torn apart by Yi Fan, turning into streams of light and dissipating. Buzz. The primordial spirit fused with the path. Finally, the small golden person hugged the cauldron again and moved forward. It turned into the escaping one and turned into an eternal light. Time and space seemed to have stopped. Pfft! The small golden person hugged the cauldron and turned into a transcendent Tao point. It shattered the remaining half of Yuan Gu's primordial spirit into powder, turning it into a rain of light that dissipated. Ah! Yuan Gu let out a mournful cry as the remaining half of his body quickly retreated. The divine chains of order that filled the sky all exploded and turned into a sea of Tao. The small golden person could only retreat and quickly go far away. It rushed into the space between the body's eyebrows and sat cross-legged on the immortal platform to protect its body. Boom! The Yuan Ruins realm collapsed and could no longer confine Yi Fan's flesh shell. He found himself once again standing on Xixia Plain while Yuan Gu was holding his head and rolling on the ground. It was unknown how many thousands of rounds had passed since the battle started. At this moment, the red sun had already set in the west, and the sunset glow appeared as if it was dyed with blood. What? Yuan Gu lost? The space between his eyebrows is cracked. It's obvious that his primordial spirit has suffered a destructive blow. Everyone was stunned. Just now, Yuan Gu had displayed a secret technique recorded in the Primordial Emperor's final chapter. No one would have thought that he would still lose and even injure his primordial spirit. It was obvious that this battle was coming to an end. Little Yi Jizue cried tears of joy. She was extremely worried just now and was now jumping around in the distance with tears on her face. Good, I'm finally going to kill Yuan-gu. So what if he has the bloodline of an ancient emperor? In the end, he was still defeated. Li Haishui clenched his fists. He had almost died in the past and had finally vented his resentment. Victory. Sacred child Yao Guang's hair was sparkling, and he was dressed in white. He looked otherworldly as he muttered to himself. No one knew what he was thinking. On the demon race's side, the Crimson Dragon Taoist revealed a gratified smile. Yin Ryu was also quietly watching with a strange expression. Under the sunset glow, she was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Many experts of the Holy Lands were moved. This battle had been witnessed by everyone. Yuan-gu's secret technique was extremely terrifying. If it wasn't for Yi Fan breaking it, anyone else would have died. Even a king would have died. Even the people of the Jade Lake, who had always stood aloof from worldly affairs, revealed strange expressions at this moment. The Jade Lake Saintess' beautiful eyes flowed with brilliance as she stared at the figure on the battlefield. At this moment, Yi Fan stood on Xixia Plain and was illuminated by the sunset glow. His entire body was suffused with waves of divine splendor, making him look even more divine and awe-inspiring, like an emperor descending to the mortal world. All the ancient races were shaken. Was the human race's sacred physique powerful to such an extent? Even the bloodline of an ancient emperor had been defeated. This caused everyone to feel a chill run down their spine. The people of the primitive lake were the most shocked. Every single one of them stood there in a daze. Even the ancient king who came with them was stunned speechless as he stood there in silence. In the past, the Yuan Emperor killed the most powerful enemy in his entire life here. Today, you can also walk on your own invincible path because you are the descendant of the Yuan Emperor. The people of the primitive lake suddenly shouted, their voices shaking all directions. The various tribes of the ancient races all roared. It was unknown how many people in the surroundings followed suit. The entire Xixia Plain was drowned out by this heaven-shaking sound. This was a cry that caused everyone to tremble. The entire Xixia Plain was shaking. Ha! Ha ha! Suddenly, Yi Fan laughed uproariously. His entire body, including his hair, was shining with a sparkling light. This was especially so when he stood under the setting sun. His physique seemed to be inlaid with a golden edge, making his silhouette appear even taller and more majestic. There was an aura that could devour mountains and rivers. Everyone stopped shouting, and Sunset Perch Plain immediately quieted down. Countless gazes stared at him, and there was absolute silence. I haven't severed my Tao yet. Yi Fan calmly spat out these words, his voice reverberating throughout the plain. He hasn't severed his Tao yet. It was unknown who said this, but it immediately caused everyone to be shocked. That's right, Yi Fan used his immortal second body to fight against Yuan-gu and ultimately won. The bloodline of the ancient emperors was merely SOSO. Was this what he didn't say? Everyone was dumbfounded. If the human race's saint physique can sever his Tao, killing Yuan-gu would be like slaughtering a dog. Pangbo roared from the crowd. It was as if an active volcano had been ignited. The Xixia Plain immediately flared up. All eyes were on him. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on the heroic and tall young man. Everyone was moved and filled with shock. It was as if they were looking at a deity. Every pore on Yi Fan's body was gushing out auspicious light as he was enveloped in a layer of divine radiance. He walked on the plain, approaching Yuan-gu step by step. The sound of his footsteps resounded in the hearts of everyone, full of rhythm, like the rumbling of heavenly drums. Chapter 865. Woof woof. The barking of dogs came from the crowd, waking many of the ancients up from their previous shock. The Domperch Plain was in a state of chaos, and it was full of noise. The young Taoist who called himself Skirich had his arm, which was thicker than a normal person's thigh, bitten by a big black dog. He bared his teeth and scolded. Whose dog isn't on a leash? How dare it bite people? Woof. Dog demon, I have no enmity with you, so why are you biting me? What did you say just now? You said that after the human race's saint physique severed the Tao, You could kill Yuan-gu like a butcher. What? The Black Emperor bared his teeth, his white teeth gleaming with a cold light. Butcher the dog. I'll poke you, it hurts so much, let go. The tall and sturdy Taoist Skirich stomped his feet and swung his arm. The big black dog pounced on him and bit him, barking incessantly. The people around didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The battlefield was extremely tense, but here, the dog barked incessantly. A battle between man and dog had broken out. The sunset shone down, and the Domperch plain was full of potholes. There were deep valleys and ravines everywhere, looking desolate and cold under the blood-colored setting sun. Yuan Emperor killed the strongest enemy in his life here to prove his Tao. You are his 8th-generation grandson, and his royal blood flows in your body. Why can't you stand up and kill your enemy? An ancient king from the primeval lake roared. His voice resounded through the entire plain, making everyone tremble. These words contain the power of thunder, like the rumbling of the heavenly Tao. The human cultivators, in particular, were all terrified. Although the convention of the 10,000 races had already agreed that the saints wouldn't show their abilities, who could guarantee that they wouldn't make a move? At this moment, there were some ancient kings watching the battle on the Domperch plain. Those who paid attention to Yi Fan and had high hopes for him felt their hearts sink as they had a bad premonition. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Was the ancient king from the primeval lake trying to awaken Yuan-gu's fighting spirit? Or was he trying to warn him not to make a move? Was this a death threat? This was a battle of life and death. Before the battle, there was an agreement that no one could interfere. Everything would be decided by strength. Only the winner would live, and the loser would be king. The light of the setting sun elongated Yi Fan's shadow. The sound of his footsteps traveled far and wide on the empty battlefield, like the echoing footsteps of the Grim Reaper. Ah! Yuan-gu screamed miserably. His black hair fluttered in the wind as he stood up. The center of his brows had split open and blood flowed out unceasingly. His immortal foundation was almost shattered and half of his divine sense was destroyed. I've lost, but I can't accept it. His thick black hair draped over his shoulders, covering half of his face. His eyes were like black suns looking hollow. He was like a dormant demon lord. Even if you're unwilling, you can't change the result. Yi Fan approached. His entire body was wreathed in radiance. He was like a celestial emperor descending upon the mortal world. His aura was extremely imposing. I've failed on the path of proving my Tao, and there's no hope for me in this life. However, I can still kill you with the 3 slashes of the immortal Tao. Yuan-gu laughed mournfully. Everyone was stupefied, not knowing what he meant. Why did he say this? There seemed to be a hidden reason. Yi Fan was also startled. As the 8th-generation descendant of the Yuan Emperor, I was still defeated by you. Do you think I'm too weak? Yuan-gu's voice was gloomy and full of disappointment. I want to prove my Tao and challenge you to a decisive battle. How could I suppress you with my cultivation level? The blood of the Yuan Emperor flows in my body, and I have my own dignity. Everyone was stunned. Was Yuan-gu suppressing his own cultivation level? Was he fighting a fair battle against the human race's divine physique with the perfect immortal realm? Yi Fan was also dumbfounded. Yuan-gu regarded this battle as a crucial step on the path of proving his Tao. Did he not use the power of the Tao? Although he was cruel and unfeeling, he also had this kind of perseverance. I gave up everything, forgot all my family and friends, and came back to life in this world just to prove my Tao. It was the only hope and goal in my heart, but now it's no longer here. Yuan-gu murmured. Tears rolled down his face, carrying a trace of sorrow. The path of proving one's Tao was emotionless. Cultivators needed to let go of too many things, and for someone like him who had only been born since the ancient seal, he definitely had more stories to tell. There is no hope of proving my Tao. Death is my only destination. Yuan-gu's words were cold and decisive. His black hair fell down and covered his entire face as he said, However, I want to drag you along with me. I don't want to leave too much trouble for my clansmen. Yi Fan calmly said after listening, Let me put an end to your life. The ancient emperor's bloodline will shine forever. As a descendant of the Yuan Emperor, I will let you experience the true power of the Tao. Yuan-gu put away his sorrow and swept away his dejection. His essence energy rose sharply as if he was a completely different person. Clang, clang. At this moment, divine chains shot out from Yuangu's body. Everyone could clearly see that they were dazzling and dazzling. These were divine orders and divine laws. This was the true power of the Tao. At this moment, it was as if he had been reborn from the ashes. All the divine chains were connected to his body like phoenix feathers, mysterious and demonic. Walala. The divine chains rang out and connected into one. Yuangu's internal energy surged like a child of a god, emitting millions upon millions of rays of light. There was no hope in his heart. He missed the ancient era, and no longer had any attachment to this world. He recalled his loved ones and the most precious feelings he had. He was filled with the will to die in this final glorious battle to kill his enemy and end his own life. Let's fight without holding anything back. Yuangu let out a sorrowful roar. The heavens and earth trembled as his hair danced in the wind. He was like a demonic god as he rushed over. As you wish, the final glorious battle. Yifan also shouted. His battle prowess was raised to the limit, not holding anything back. Boom! Their fists collided. Brilliant light flooded the heavens and the earth as an earth-shattering sound rang out. The aftermath of the collision swept across the earth. One could see waves rushing out in all directions. Rumbling sounds rang out incessantly as the desolate mountains on the horizon collapsed, turning into powder and scorched earth. This was a true Tao-severing battle. They fought with their lives on the line without holding anything back. The two of them fought until blood flowed, the sun and moon lost their radiance, the heavens and earth lost color, and the mountains and rivers collapsed. Yifan fought with all his might against Yuangu. All kinds of divine energy and laws were unleashed in this life and death battle. The blood in his body was boiling. The Tao-severing Yuangu was much more terrifying than before. Divine chains of order moved with walala sounds, resounding through the heavens. Every time they pierced through, it would cause Yifan to spit out a mouthful of golden holy blood. This was the power of laws. The two of them fought a great battle that darkened the heavens and earth. It was much more intense than before. Blood splashed everywhere as they fought while bathed in blood. The divine chains made walala sounds as they connected with Yuangu's body. He was like an immortal phoenix with scarlet multicolored light revolving around his body. He stood under the eternal divine light. He constructed his own world of laws in the void, forming a cage that became increasingly resplendent. Every divine law chain that was created was emitting Tao cries that resounded through the heavens. My Tao revolves once, 100 years of glory. Yuangu shouted loudly as he finally unleashed his own Tao. Pfff. A bloody light flashed, and there was no way to avoid it. A scarlet divine chain penetrated Yifan's body and nailed him to the void. Golden blood sprayed out. At this moment, Yifan felt a type of life force rushing out from within his body and receding along the divine chains. It was as if he had lost 100 years of his life in an instant. In the sky, a rain of light danced about. That was the most primordial essence of life. It made the two of them look like immortal deities fighting against each other. It was resplendent and beautiful. My Tao revolves once again. 1,000 years of glory no longer exists. Heroes turn to dust after 1,000 years. Yuangu shouted again. This time, the 10 scarlet divine chains rushed over. There was no way to retreat or dodge. Pfff. The 10 divine chains pierced through Yifan. Every single one of them was stained with blood. It was a ghastly sight. It was as if he had been nailed to a cross and was unable to move. Only blood was flowing out. Time seemed to be passing quickly. Yifan was astonished. He felt that he was aging. Was this the power of time? He didn't believe it at all. The earth has cut off my path and the heavens have cursed my body. None of them can erase me, and neither can your Tao. Yifan shouted. His body blossomed with boundless light as a golden taiji circle appeared. This was his divine form, and it was suffused with the aura of the great Tao. At the same time, the green lotus, the immortal king descended from the 9 heavens, the beautiful mountains and land, the golden divine sea, and other phenomena appeared at the same time. They turned into a diagram of the heavens and the earth as if a new world had been opened. Boom! The world collapsed. The 10 divine chains of order shattered one after another. turning into streaks of flowing light that were extinguished in the void. Yi Fan broke free from the shackles. He released a crazy roar, mountains and rivers moving. Spiritual essence from all directions frantically surged over, replenishing his exhausted essence energy. His divine form appeared, and his phenomena temporarily merged together. Yuan Gu was sent flying as he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. The divine chains had all been severed. Everything became deathly silent. Everyone was shocked. The power of the ancient emperor's Tao had also been disintegrated. Yuan Gu was defeated in the end, and he couldn't do anything even after using all of his strength. However, Yi Fan wasn't feeling good either. His origin had been injured by Yuan Gu's Tao, and he needed a period of time to recover. Just now, he had almost been obliterated by the other party. This is the final battle. If I lose, I'll die forever. If I win, I'll drag you down with me into the Tao. Yuan Gu walked over step by step without any expression. However, it was difficult to hide his desolation. He actually still had a trump card. Summon the Yuan Emperor, awaken the bloodline. He spoke word by word. His voice resounded through the heaven and earth like a clap of thunder, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. No, the people of the primitive lake cried out in alarm. This was one of the Yuan Emperor's final secret techniques, and Yuan Gu was still unable to activate it. If he forcefully used it, he would be crippled. The blood of the Yuan Emperor flowed within their bodies, and it contained fragments of his great Tao. It could be forcefully extracted and turned into divine laws to attack. Ah! Yuan Gu cried out loudly. His black hair shot towards the sky, and every inch of his skin was overflowing with blood. This was the essence of his life, and it condensed into a shadow behind him. Hong! At this moment, the supreme aura of the archaic emperor filled the air. It was as if he had crossed through time and space from ancient times to once again descend upon the earth. Yuan Emperor. Everyone was terrified. A terrifying power was circulating, summoning the Yuan Emperor. The bloodline awakening was a success, and a strand of imperial might had once again appeared in the world. Yuan Gu's roar shook the mountains and rivers as he charged forward. The indistinct figure behind him moved in unison with him. There was an unstoppable aura that made many people kneel down on the spot. Although it was only a shadow, it contained a strand of the Yuan Emperor's might, as well as his fragmented law fragments. It was terrifying to the extreme. After using this move, all of Yuan Gu's bloodline spirituality had been exhausted. Even if he managed to kill his opponent, there was no way for him to survive. Yi Fan found it difficult to move. The indistinct shadow of the Yuan Emperor was oppressive, and it came from the heart. This feeling was indescribable, and it was a terrifying Tao might. In the end, he released his own Tao voice. His tongue was like thunder. Facing the oppressive might of the Yuan Emperor, he immediately thought of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin to resist it. His hands were moving as he displayed the battle saint technique. 9 true dragons soared from his hands, and their cries shook the 9 heavens. They pulled an ancient coffin into the boundless sky and stopped in front of the Yuan Emperor's shadow. He blocked it. He displayed the supreme might of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin to stop the archaic Yuan Emperor. This was an indescribable atmosphere as the two of them confronted each other. This was a shocking scene. 9 giant true dragons traversed the sky, while an ancient bronze coffin emitted Tao cries. It was as if it had existed since ancient times, standing side by side with the Yuan Emperor. The surroundings were quiet. Everyone held their breaths as they watched this scene nervously. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly for fear of missing out on something. However, Yi Fan was too engrossed in it. The battle saint technique was displayed to its limit, bringing out all the might of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin as if it had been resurrected. Boom. In the end, the 9 true dragons swung their tails and pulled the ancient coffin up into the heavens. They disappeared into the heavens and went to the outer realm. Everyone was in a daze, especially Pang Bo. After coming to his senses, he punched his fist. This was truly going too far. Boom. Yuan Gu approached, and his murderous aura engulfed the boundless land. The Yuan Emperor's shadow behind him followed suit, suppressing the 9 heavens. It was difficult to resist, and the ancient emperor's might swept everything away. Yi Fan cried out in alarm, but he didn't panic. His eyes flashed with cold lightning as he began to display another secret technique. It was the technique passed down by the Black Emperor, and the aura of an ancient great emperor spread out. Boom! At this moment, it was as if he had transformed into Great Emperor Wu Shi. He had never been defeated in his life, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths as he looked down on the world with disdain. Yi Fan's large hand pressed forward and collided with the Yuan Emperor's shadow. This was a battle between an ancient great emperor and an ancient emperor. It was a different kind of contest. Everyone was trembling with fear as they felt a strange aura. It was as if 2 supreme existences, separated by thousands of years, were facing each other in a great battle. Rumble. Shocking collisions occurred continuously. Yuan Gu and Yi Fan coughed up large mouthfuls of blood as all kinds of lights danced between them. Those were the fragments of the Tao collapsing and shattering the heaven and earth. Buzz. The Yuan Emperor's shadow dimmed and was about to disappear. Yuan Gu's face was ashen as if he was about to lose his vitality. This Wuxia technique was one of the foundational laws of the Wuxia scriptures. Just like its name, it could turn all power into nothingness and return all power to the beginning. Boom. Yi Fan used this secret technique to repel the Yuan Emperor's shadow, and then merged it into Yuan Gu's blood. Everyone was shocked and tongue-tied. Summon the Yuan Emperor, awaken the bloodline. Yuan Gu shouted, wanting to repeat this forbidden technique. However, Yi Fan didn't give him the chance. His left hand used the Wuxia technique to suppress the Yuan Emperor's shadow. His right hand used the 6-path reincarnation fist to unleash a tyrannical attack. Blood rained down as Yuan Gu's body shattered inch by inch and disappeared from this world. A complicated expression appeared on his face. In the end, it was filled with sadness. I abandoned everything, forgot my family and true love, and came to this world alone to prove my Tao. However, hope is no longer here. In the end, Yuan Gu revealed a trace of sorrow as tears rolled down his face. He opened his arms and reached towards the void without any light. He faced the darkness alone and said, "Family, true love. I've returned to the ancient times." He turned into specks of light and dissipated in this world, disappearing forever. A gust of wind blew past, and nothing was left behind. Chapter 866. Yuan Gu died. His ambitions, his loneliness, and his regrets all turned into specks of light that scattered with the wind. In the end, such a powerful man severed his Tao, yet he couldn't sever his emotions and emotions. He carried a heavy burden, and came to this world alone to prove his Tao. He had blood, flesh, and tears. When the light rain disappeared, so did the glow of the sunset. The sky darkened and a cold wind blew across the desolate land. Everything came to an end. Yi Fan won, but he didn't feel the joy he should have. Yuan Gu actually spoke in a sorrowful voice before his death. He stretched out his arms and faced the darkness alone. Those words had touched him. For the sake of the hope in his heart, he had given up everything, but in the end, it was all for naught. How many people in the world were like this? They had struggled, experienced joy, sorrow, loneliness, and in the end, it was all for naught. Everyone was the main character in their own life and had their own story. Yuan Gu was strong, but because of their different standpoints and paths, he fought a life and death battle with Yi Fan. There was no right or wrong, but in the end he became a pile of scattered bones on the road to becoming an emperor. His love and hatred came to an end just like that. This was the merciless path of proving one's Tao. To give up, to let go, to throw away one's loved ones and emotions. But in the end there might not be any results. Using one's own blood and bones to forge another's path to becoming an emperor, leaving behind only a sad song. In the same place, a similar thing happened during the supreme ancient immemorial era. 2 heavenly geniuses had a life and death battle. It could be said to be a battle between young sacred emperors, causing the heavens to boil. The Yuan Emperor won that battle and defeated the strongest enemy in his life. From then on, he walked on the path of proving his Tao. 1,000,000 years later, a new cycle began. However, his descendant was defeated and died. The Domperch Plains was destined to be an extraordinary place. Maybe 100,000 or 1,000,000 years later, there would be another pair of young emperors fighting for supremacy, leaving behind another legend. The entire battlefield was silent. Everyone watched as the light rain disappeared. Yuan-gu's final wish was to return to the supreme ancient immemorial era, but this was obviously impossible. It was unknown who let out a sigh first. Yuan-gu was a true person, but in the end he had such a sad ending. This caused the hearts of those who wanted to prove their Tao to be moved. After a short period of silence, the people of the primitive lake let out roars of unwillingness. Many people rushed up with killing intent, turning into a torrent that swept towards Yifan. The vast plains were filled with killing intent, like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Black mist surged and killing intent surged. Many people in the primitive lake felt their hearts drip blood. This was the 8th generation grandson of the primitive emperor. He only lived to prove his Tao, yet he died just like that. They felt as if they lost a treasure, throwing away tens of thousands of years of heavenly luck. A streak of cold light flew out, shooting towards Yifan's head. This was a small silver spear the length of a chopstick, an archaic treasure. It aimed straight for the space between his brows, about to impale him to death. Yifan moved sideways, not going to receive it. It was because this small silver spear that was the length of a chopstick had ripples everywhere, carved with endless patterns. It wasn't something a normal person could produce. Light flashed from the center of Yifan's brows. The violet golden hammer produced a ripple. This was a damaged sacred weapon. It shattered the small world on the spot, turning it into ashes. Kill him. A light flashed from the center of Yifan's brows. The violet golden hammer produced a ripple. This was a damaged sacred weapon. It shattered the small world on the spot, turning it into ashes. Kill him. It was unknown who shouted. A large green claw stretched out from the void, covering the entire sky. It actually emitted the might of a saint, wanting to destroy Yifan. The center of Yifan's brows flashed again. A strand of violet golden ripple shot out like a soaring dragon. It flickered with brilliance and blocked that large claw while he himself rapidly retreated. What are you still staring blankly for? Kill the human race's saint body and take revenge for Yuan-gu. Someone shouted from the Domperch plains. At the same time, several large hands reached down from the heavens. They came from different people, and they all possessed the might of a saint. They were incomparably terrifying, and their auras were intimidating. They were all experts with one foot in the ancestral king realm. These people could sweep through a region and wipe out several clans. They all took action against Yifan. I will fight a decisive battle against Yuan-gu. Life and death are up to fate. What is the meaning of this? Yifan looked towards the sky. You dare kill the ancient emperor's descendant? Even 10,000 deaths cannot atone for your crimes. How can you live? Pay with your lowly life. In the end, a total of 6 large hands reached down. They weren't true ancestral kings, but they were still close. The space between Yifan's brows blossomed with violet golden ripples. They split into 6 in total, and shot towards the 6 large hands. Each of them contained a strand of 9-colored divine flame from the fiery domain that could burn everything. Chi. In the sky, the 6 large hands all trembled and quickly disappeared into the void. No one understood what was happening. What are you all waiting for? The human race's saint body killed the ancient emperor's bloodline. This is a great crime that cannot be pardoned. Let's kill him together. Someone hooted and instigated in secret. Yifan watched with cold eyes. Regardless of whether it was those who took action or those who were hooting, none of them were from the primitive Lake Emperor clan. There were people who harbored unfathomable motives and were purposely stirring up a dispute. This is a fair battle. This battle has a result. You all are bewitching people's hearts. Do you want the primitive lake to start a war with the human race? Someone shouted. At the same time, a dazzling streak of light surged. Great Tao patterns filled the sky and blood energy surged like a sea. The barbarian king walked out and continuously flicked his fingers. People continuously cried out miserably. There was a black tortoise on his head. Within the crowd, more than 10 figures turned into bloody light. Their bodies and souls were completely destroyed. They were precisely the people who had instigated trouble in the dark. Not a single one of them survived. When did the primitive lake fall to such a state? Even some stray dogs and cats want to order them around and fight against the human race? The barbarian king spoke. The people of the primitive lake finally expressed their stance. Endless killing intent surged as a group of people pressed forward. There was an ancient king at the center whose blood energy reached the heavens. Many people couldn't help but kneel down as they couldn't endure the pressure. This was a group of murderous death gods. Yuan-gu was the hope of their clan, yet he died just like that. This was an immeasurable loss. However, it could be predicted that in the next 10,000 years, the Blood Phoenix Mountain, Divine Silkworm Ridge, Fire Qilin Cave and others would become even more prosperous. This was because the ancient emperor's 8th grandson had fallen, so the primitive lake situation was worrying. Whether or not we are going to be used isn't something you can decide. An elder from the primitive lake had a cold expression. He waved his sleeves and swept towards the barbarian king. It was clear that he didn't come with good intentions. This was especially the case for the ancient king at the center. Every single pore on his body was flowing with killing intent. Strand after strand of killing intent flowed out from his pores and crushed heaven and earth. Even his clansmen didn't dare to approach him. His white hair was scattered and his eyes were terrifyingly empty. This ancient king stared at the black tortoise on top of the barbarian king's head and said, "The Jade Lake meeting has an agreement that the saints cannot display their divine abilities. Are you trying to break this rule? You cannot speak irresponsibly." The one who took action just now was the little barbarian, and not the great black tortoise. "I know that your heart is overflowing with resentment. After the ancient emperor's bloodline died, you only want to find an excuse to take action," said the black tortoise. Pung. In another direction, a powerful aura covered heaven and earth as it arrived. Another ancestral king appeared, dressed in azure gold battle clothes. He was like a war god as he walked over from the horizon, arriving in just 2 steps. The human race's divine body is so amazing. Such decisiveness and ruthlessness, even killing the descendant of the primitive emperor just like that. It was clear that he didn't come with good intentions. Even though he didn't come from the primitive lake, it was clear that he came for them. In a battle of life and death, I will be killed if I show mercy. It's a fair battle. Do you still need to repeat the great principles here? Yi Fan spoke in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. He had long since prepared his heart for such a thing to happen. The myriad chi cauldron flew out and floated above Yi Fan's head. Strands of divine force fell down and protected his body. The 9-colored flame within was ready to be unleashed at any time to kill everyone, regardless of whether they were ancient kings or royalty. Incredible. Now that you killed the descendant of the primitive emperor, will you also trample on us in the future? The 3rd ancient king appeared. He wore a violet gold crown on his head, and had his hands clasped behind his back. He took a step down from the night sky, and actually stomped towards Yi Fan's head. He wanted to trample him to death. "You all are going too far. It's a fair battle. Life and death will be decided by fate." The black tortoise on top of the barbarian king's head spoke. It opened its mouth and spat out a ray of light, blocking the ancient king's foot, and forcing him back a few steps. Kill him. Many people in the primordial lake couldn't bear it, and couldn't accept this fact. Many people surrounded Yi Fan together. The black tortoise on top of the barbarian king's head spat out a ray of light and said, "Do you all really want to break the rules and force the great black tortoise to take action?" Its words were like thunder, shaking these people to the point that they couldn't approach. The white-haired ancient king from the primordial lake snorted coldly. He took a step forward and faced the black tortoise, blocking its aura. An inch-long divine sword shone resplendently between his brows. Everyone was horrified. That was the primitive emperor's Dao sword. Yuan-gu had used it not long ago and its power was obvious to all. Not everyone had the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to defend against it. The primitive emperor's Dao sword was the ultimate forbidden secret technique. It had the power to transform into the Dao and could kill all enemies. Almost no one could resist it, especially when it was used by an ancient king. If the saints don't show their divine abilities, will they really become empty words? The black tortoise spoke with a grave expression. In the sky, the purple gold-crowned ancient king revealed a cold smile. He stepped down once again and stomped on Yi Fan's head, wanting to trample him to death. Buzz! The void trembled. He retreated very far in the sky, But this time he still couldn't stop because a stooped and skinny old man appeared. The saint from Tianxian Stone Square stood beside Yi Fan and said calmly, "This battle has ended. Everything ends here." "You think you can end it just because you say so?" The purple gold-crowned ancient king sneered in the sky. "I believe that the people of the primordial lake have their own bearing," the old saint from Tianxian Stone Square said. Then his eyes shone brightly as he stared at the purple gold-crowned ancient king. Thud thud thud. He couldn't help but take a few steps back with a shocked expression. The white-robed divine king had made a name for himself in the Jade Lake meeting, but the ancient race didn't know much about the other saints of the human race. At this moment he couldn't help but be shocked. They were equally unfathomable. The saints of the human race are really daunting. But do you think you can keep your holy body? The purple gold-crowned ancient king put his hands behind his back and sneered as he looked into the distance. At the end of that direction, 9 primordial ferocious beasts stopped in the sky, pulling an ancient carriage in the void. It exuded an ancient and majestic aura. The 9 Phoenix King, who had once been praised by the sacred battle sovereign, was there. Yi Fan opened his mouth and said, "Not every ancient king is as broad-minded as you. Don't you want to get rid of me? I'll stand here and see how you can touch a single hair of mine." Chapter 867. Qixia Plain was dead silent. No one had thought that Yi Fan would dare to challenge the ancestral king. He was fearless and dared to oppose him. Human saint physique. You haven't even matured yet, and you're already so arrogant? The ancestral king with the purple crown was clearly going to attack. The night sky was dotted with stars. The sky had long since darkened, and the great battle had ended. However, the situation was even more tense since there were saints in confrontation. "I'm not being arrogant. You're the one who's going too far. A fair battle has ended. Yet you've come to interfere. What are you trying to do?" Yi Fan shouted. "Your courage is commendable, but you're still lacking the corresponding strength." The ancestral king with the purple crown finished speaking. His entire body shone as he stepped towards Yi Fan. This time, he had come prepared. In reality, Yi Fan really wanted to attack. He might not be able to burn his opponent to death, but he would definitely be able to heavily injure him. This kind of flame was too tyrannical. However, before he could attack, an aurora broke through from the distance. It was like thunder, dazzling and resplendent. It struck towards the ancestral king with the purple crown, containing the power of thunder. Even a saint couldn't avoid it. Human-shaped lightning. Someone cried out in surprise. This was a person in white with electricity all over his body. His entire body was overflowing with light, and was curled up by blazing electricity. It was as if thunder had descended from the 9 heavens. Bang! The humanoid white light flashed. He raised his foot and stepped on the body of the ancestral king, causing him to cough up blood and fall into the dust. "Divine King!" Yi Fan cried out in surprise. "The fair battle has ended. You're so aggressive. What do you think the peace talks at the Jade Pool are?" Jiang Taishu's figure appeared here, blending in with the electricity. He was mysterious and unfathomable. In the distance, many people's expressions changed. This was the method of a saint. His true body might very well be tens of thousands of miles away. This was an incarnation formed from the condensed essence of heaven and earth. The ancestral king's expression changed. He was furious to be in such a sorry state. However, when he raised his head and saw that it was Jiang Taishu, he swallowed the rest of his words. In the battle at the Jade Pool, Divine King Jiang had killed so many corpses that the ground was covered in blood. He was invincible, making all the kings extremely fearful. Who dared to fight him alone? He was truly invincible. No one had thought that the Supreme God King would conjure a clone to protect Yi Fan at such a crucial moment. Everyone could not help but change in expression. He's of the same generation. Even if a Grand Completion King came to find trouble with him, I wouldn't care. But you, a dignified ancestral king, actually acted after their fair battle. What is the meaning of this? The Divine King roared. His voice was filled with a supreme might as he stared down at the ancestral king below. Boom! There was an uproar in the Domperch Plains. Everyone was shocked. First, the demon saint, the Black Tortoise, appeared. Then, the saint of the Merak Stone Square appeared. In the end, Even the Supreme Divine King came. They were all standing up for Yifan. The saints will not reveal their powers. This is the result that was agreed upon not long ago. If you want to break it, I have nothing to say, but I will definitely find you first. Jiang Taishu's white robes fluttered in the wind. He did not continue to pay attention to the ancestral king who was trampled on the ground, turning into the chi of heaven and earth and disappearing. How about we call it a day and drop everything? I believe in the magnanimity of the Dao brothers of the primitive lake. The old saint of the Merak stone square spoke. The eyes of the primitive lake's ancient king flickered. He did not feel indebted to the person wearing the violet gold crown. If a war really broke out, it would undoubtedly be his race that would act. The war between the royal clans was a huge matter. Dao brother, are you not satisfied with me? The eyes of the ancient king flashed. He stood up from the dust. His face was dark and he felt a burning sensation. The people of the primitive lake were very cold. They did not reply. The primitive Emperor Dao sword on the forehead of the white-haired ancestral king flashed and disappeared. He retracted it back into his immortal platform. He flicked his sleeves and said, "Let's go." Dao brother, what do you mean by this? I'm standing up for you all, even willing to fight against the human saints. The violet gold crown spoke. After that, his eyes flashed with a cold light. Are you sure you want to act? The old saint of the Merak stone square took a step forward. Instantly, a wave of energy rippled out. Boom. He did not launch a fierce attack, but this ordinary kick caused everyone's hearts to palpitate. The majestic ancient king of a generation was sent flying like a scarecrow, falling into the dust once again. You. The violet gold crown ancient king turned pale with fright. After that, he stood up with an ashen expression. Today he had completely lost all face. The other ancient race experts also felt a chill from head to toe. This human saint who had aged beyond recognition was truly intimidating. What realm was this? It was definitely not inferior to Bai Yi, the unchanging Wei Yi, an old human cultivator in the crowd sighed. He had guessed the identity of the Merak saint according to the ancient records. He was one of the 3 heroes of Merak back then, the youngest junior brother of the crazy old man. What? A great sage, or even the junior brother of the quasi-emperor. The moment these words were spoken, a commotion broke out. Even the ancient race members were stunned. This old man's origin was too terrifying. Wei Yi, a name that had disappeared for 6,000 years, was once again imprinted in everyone's hearts. Although the Merak saint had died in name from this day onwards, he became even more revered. Forget it, it's just a fair duel. There's no need to create such waves. Even the Dao brothers from the primitive lake don't care. So why are you all doing this? Peace in this world is not easy to come by. At the end of the horizon, the 9 Phoenix Kings' voice came from the carriage pulled by 9 ancient beasts. Everyone was startled. They didn't think he would say such words. Since such a giant had spoken, who would still want to fight? The human race's holy physique, Great Sage Hunchuo asked me to convey many thanks. If you have free time, you can take a stroll around the Heavens Square. No one will stop you, said the 9 Phoenix King. His voice resounded through the sky as the carriage pulled by the 9 ancient beasts disappeared into the horizon. The experts of the ancient races were even more shocked. They were all dumbfounded. What did this mean? Even the great sage Hunchuo wanted to protect the human race's holy physique? Yifan smiled bitterly. This was an ancient dragon chimera that could prolong his life for 800 years. He didn't know whether or not he would become a great disaster in the future. The great sage, who could destroy half an ancient star with a wave of his hand, made people tremble. The starry sky was bright and the moonlight sprinkled down like thin smoke on Yifan's body. It made him look extraordinary and refined. He became the focus of all the race's gazes. Without a doubt, the human race's holy physique's name shook the world in this battle. He had defeated the ancient emperor's bloodline, and killed the most impactful person of the younger generation at the severing path. He had taken the most solid step on the path of the great emperor. Yao Guang Saint Child, Yan Ruyu Huang Shudao, Huaqinzi, the Jade Lake Saint Girl, the Central Emperor, the Divine Silkworm Taoist, the Purple Mansion Saint Girl, the Imperial Prince, and the others all looked over. Some had eyes as deep as the starry sky. Some had eyes with extraordinary splendor, some were expressionless, and some even revealed killing intent. The younger generation was contending for supremacy, and it was unknown how many people would fall in the future. There was no right or wrong on the path of proving one's Tao, only ruthlessness and cruelty, stepping on the blood and bones of the divine children. In the end, only one person could stand at the peak. They all have hope of proving the Tao. These people really shouldn't have come to this world together. If they were born separately, each one of them would be destined to shine brilliantly and have their names spread through the ages. Opportunities are fleeting. The path to immortality might open in this world, so who is willing to miss it? There might even be an emperor who hasn't died yet. In the dark, there were two old ancestor kings discussing. Then they silently disappeared without a trace. After that night, the world was shocked and the 5 regions were in an uproar. Yuan-gu was killed, and the human race's holy physique won. News of this spread to every corner of this ancient star. The battle that attracted the attention of the world came to an end. The impact was great, and news spread to every sect. Even the great thunderclap temple sent out Buddhist chants. The victorious fighting Buddha personally inquired about the results of this battle. Once the news spread, the bells of all the ancient temples in the western desert rang out. Many old monks chanted Amitabha. The southern mountains, northern plains, central plains, eastern wasteland, and various other lands of the great sage were discussing this. The human race's holy physique had matured and was unstoppable. If he didn't fall, even if he couldn't prove his Tao due to the limitations of his physique, he would still be able to challenge the ancient emperors in the future. He could rule the world for 10,000 years and become an uncrowned king. This battle affected all the ancient races, making them truly realize that the human race had changed and could already coexist with them. The name of Yi Fan spread to every tribe. Divine City, inside the Jadestone Square, the water on the stove was already boiling. Yi Fan placed 3 enlightenment tea leaves into the pot, and immediately, a fragrance filled the air. This time, he didn't come to drink tea from a saint. He had bought 3 divine tea leaves at a heaven-defying price from the Sky Fiend treasure tower, just to thank the old Saint Wei Yi for protecting him. How fragrant! A group of people sat around him. They were all here to drink tea, including Peng Bo, Li Tian, Monkey, and Li Heishui. Duanda was very tactful and didn't dare to show himself. This was because he had wandered around the Jade Holy Lands cemetery and dug out a treasure. This was the so-called guilty conscience. Immortal Palace. Yi Fan put down his teacup. After hearing Peng Bo's experience, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Peng Bo was chased to the point where there was no path to heaven and no door to the earth. He fled to the vicinity of the forbidden ancient land and mistakenly entered the Immortal Palace. He had quite a good fortune, and at the same time, he found traces left behind by an old friend. Zhou Yi and the others entered the Immortal Palace and had a great fortune. I saw some clues. Lin Jia might be in the southern region. She left a message for me on the wall. I want to see how she is now. Yi Fan looked towards the south. The sacred physique of the human race appeared in the divine city. Everyone paid attention to it. Even the ancient creatures avoided it. The younger generation was in awe of him. How many people dared to compete with him? Ever since he killed Yuan-gu, Yi Fan's name was like the sun in the sky. Everywhere he went, the sect masters would bow their hands and receive him with great respect. He had a power that could intimidate an area. On this day, Yuanshi and Tongtian appeared and waited for the heavenly prince to appear in the divine city. They wanted to ask for the enlightened tea heart. However, they didn't see him even after waiting for a long time. Heavenly Prince, a man can't live without trust. Please send me my enlightened tea heart as soon as possible. Peng Bo turned into a megaphone and used Tongtian's name to shout throughout the divine city for half a day. I am Yuanshi. I believe in the Heavenly Prince's character. I hope it won't be too long before I come to collect the wager. In the end, Yi Fan said that he didn't want to wait any longer. He wanted to go to the southern region as soon as possible and find out what was going on. On this day, they crossed the void and arrived in the southern region. However, many people they asked didn't know where the Immortal Ascension Valley was. No one had heard of it at all. Let's go to the big-eyed girl's house and ask. Isn't her home in the southern region? The monkey said. He himself was very active, but sometimes he liked to act like an old man and call Jiziyu a big-eyed girl. Right, let's go to the Ji clan and ask. Li Tian nodded. He really wanted to visit the clan where an ancient great emperor had appeared before. Yi Fan Pangbo, the monkey, the Black Emperor, and the others crossed the void and arrived at the banks of Jishui. On the other side of the river was the ancient clan of the ancients, the Ji clan. Boom. In the Ji clan, clouds and mist surged. The heavenly palace's gate that was suspended in the sky opened. Many important figures of the Ji clan came out to welcome them personally. Among them were their clan masters who were about to go into seclusion, as well as some living fossils and elders. This kind of treatment wasn't something everyone could receive. It could be said to be extremely rare. Today was completely different. Back then, when Yi Fan came here, he was just a small cultivator and was threatened by everyone. Now he was on equal footing with a sex leader, and was respected by everyone. Little Yi, are you here to see me? Jiziyu smiled happily in the crowd. Her bright eyes and little dimples appeared, making her look very playful and moving. Yi Fan smiled and nodded. If this was in the past, some of the elders of the Ji clan would definitely be angry and wouldn't allow Jiziyu and Yi Fan to get too close. But now everything had changed. The stubborn faction was happy to see this scene. Even some old undyings were smiling while stroking their beards. This river is called Jishui. Why is it exactly the same as the one recorded in the historical records on the other side of the starry sky? Pang Bo muttered and asked Yi Fan beside him. I asked Ziyue, but she doesn't know. Yi Fan said. Oh, you are saying that there is a Jishui on the other side of the starry sky? Don't tell me it's the mysterious place where our Void Emperor once stayed? One of the elders from the Ji family flicked his ears and heard their whispers. What? Yi Fan and Pang Bo both cried out in shock. Chapter 868. It was very likely that the Void Emperor had been to ancient China. This secret shocked Yi Fan and Pang Bo. They looked at each other and didn't speak for a long time. At this moment, a name appeared in their hearts at the same time. Yellow Emperor. This existence that was both human and god was born at the banks of Jishui. Was there some cause and effect? However, after thinking for a while, they shook their heads and denied it. The time didn't match at all. Yellow Emperor was an ancient person from 4,000 years ago, and the Void Emperor had passed away for hundreds of thousands of years. Elders, can you tell us in detail? We're all ears. Pang Bo went forward and grabbed an old arm to support him. Be gentle, it's falling apart. The old man from the Ji clan grimaced. He didn't have the fortune to enjoy Pang Bo's arm that was 3 times thicker than an ordinary person's. He said, I saw this in an ancient book in the scripture pavilion. The records aren't detailed and I've almost forgotten about it. This isn't the place to talk. Everyone, please come in. The Ji clan's holy lord smiled. Ji Haoyue followed beside him and would officially take over in a few years. The Ji clan ruled over the southern region and looked down on the eastern wasteland. Few lineages could compare to them. They had once produced a human emperor, and their foundation was incomparably strong. Clouds and mist lingered around. All kinds of palaces were suspended in the air. Spiritual birds danced in the air and orchids floated in the air. It was like a fairyland. It was a magnificent scene. Pure lands rose and fell one after another, suspended above the clouds. There were even more tens of thousands of zhang tall mountains towering, and great white waterfalls cascaded down. It was incomparably majestic. Roar! A loud roar came from afar. A black mountain towered in the clouds and a black flood dragon as thick as a mountain was tied to it. The group was quite shocked. A clan that had produced a great emperor was indeed different. That flood dragon was majestic and had a pure bloodline. Its roar was accompanied by the cries of the Tao and its realm was unfathomable. Jiziyu said, that is the holy region and is connected to a small world. The black dragon guards that place and can't move half a step away. It can only live in front of the black dragon swamp. It's very pitiful. My brother and I used to accompany it when we were young. It was obvious that this was a secret place that was of utmost importance to the Ji family. Those who were not direct descendants would not be able to enter. Their foundation was indeed unfathomable. On the way, Yi Fan met a familiar person. It was Ji tribe's 8th elder, He was an elder with an illustrious status. Back then, he had stood on the side of Northern Plains Wang tribe and made things difficult for him. The two of them stared blankly at each other. The light in Ji family's eighth elder's eyes flickered, and in the end he sighed inwardly. He cupped his hands and left just like that. The present was different from the past. Northern Plains Wang tribe had already been flattened by Yi Fan's cavalry. The situation was stronger than him. If he wanted to do anything, he would probably be killed by the Ji tribe themselves. The central void heavenly watchtower was grand and lofty, as if it was the ancient heaven. Red-crowned cranes danced about, colorful wands cried out, circling above. Only the most esteemed guests could enter, yet now, it was wide open. The Ji family was very courteous. Yi Fan's battles had shaken the world and attracted everyone's attention. He had even severed the ancient emperor's bloodline, so how many people could stop him? The Ji family's elders had investigated in detail and learned of the relationship between Ji Haoyue and Yi Fan's group. Naturally, they wanted to pull Yi Fan into their camp. In the past, a portion of people objected to Ji Ziyue and Yi Fan being too close, but now, almost all of them had changed their minds. If the Ji family could have another great completion saint physique, because of this, they would not have to worry for the next 10,000 years. Before Yi Fan and Pang Bo could ask Ji Shui, a living fossil went straight to the point. I heard that you came from the other side of the starry sky, is this true? Now, the mystery of Yi Fan's identity was no longer a secret. Many people already knew about it, so it was no big deal for him to ask like this. That's right. Yi Fan nodded and admitted. The starry sky is boundless, there are too many secrets. No wonder even the ancient emperors had to travel so far. There are many secrets in the universe that we don't know about. An old man sighed. A graceful and beautiful maid walked into the palace and served tea. The fragrance of the tea filled the air. It was actually the Tao comprehension tea. This kind of divine tea was rarely served to people. I didn't expect to be able to taste this kind of divine tea so often. The Black Emperor stood up and stretched out a pair of huge claws, scaring the maid so much that they almost covered its face with the tray. Not long later, an elder of the Ji family personally went to fetch an ancient book and flipped through it with Pang Bo and Yi Fan. They wanted to find out about the mysterious place that the Void Monarch had been to. Oh, speaking of which, our Ji family is not a native of the Northern Dipper Star region. In fact, the ancient emperors seem to have crossed over from the Star region. Those who truly belong to this world might not exist, a living fossil said. Yi Fan and Pang Bo were both surprised. Only the Black Emperor stretched out his huge head and shook it. Ruthless and Emperor Wuxia were born in this world. They came here to prove their Tao. Maybe. The living fossil of the Ji family smiled and didn't argue. Maybe, our race's emperor came from your world. The old man who flipped through the ancient book with Pang Bo said. Impossible, tens of thousands of years ago. Our ancestors were still living in places like Zakudian and Yuanmo. How could there be cultivators? Pang Bo shook his head. Then he was stunned again. How could he understand everything in this world with the thinking of Earth? He couldn't deny the theory of mysteries. Since there were people like Laozi and the Qi practitioners of the pre-Qin dynasty, then the ancient era might be different from what he knew. There might really have been a war of gods. There were too many myths and legends on Earth, and some of them were related to this world. Some of them could even corroborate each other. Did they really exist? Found it here. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the two old men carefully read the ancient book that was sealed with Tao patterns. It mentioned the Qi practitioners and the ancient path of the starry sky. However, there were just too few records, only a few key words. This was recorded when the imperial prince passed away in his later years, something he heard when he was young. As for what exactly the Void Great Emperor said, he couldn't remember it clearly, only having vague memories. It must be Earth. Yi Fan and Pang Bo were stunned. And, the Battle of the Celestial Court. Even the Black Emperor was dumbfounded. He stared at the last word and was lost in thought. The people of the Ji family laughed. Many of the old antiques shook their heads and told them not to take it seriously. The emperor had heard it when he was young, and it had long become blurry. It was only when he passed away that he muttered it to himself, and it was remembered by the later generations. Some of them had already been confirmed. Many of them were stories that the Void Emperor had heard when he was young, and they weren't true. The Battle of the Celestial Court. Yi Fan muttered to himself. His thoughts didn't waver because of them. There were definitely many unknown secrets on Earth that had disappeared in the river of time. There is also an incomplete map. At the end they saw a map of mountains and rivers. There was a huge mountain carved on it, but there were no words. It looks like Mount Tai. Yi Fan and Pang Bo glanced at each other. The more they looked at it, the more they felt that it was similar. This is the mountain map that the Emperor drew according to his blurry memories before he passed away. Mount Tai was known as the #1 mountain in the world. In ancient times, it was seen as the place where the sun was born and where all living things grew. There were historical records that stated that no mountain was greater than it, and no history was greater than it. Laozi left Hanggu Pass and rode on an ox. This is enough to prove that many of the legends are true. Pang Bo said. The Laozi you are talking about is an old man riding a green ox. The Ji family master suddenly asked. Yes. I have seen him before. The Ji family master said. Ft. Yi Fan and Pang Bo spat out the enlightenment tea in their mouths and revealed expressions of disbelief. They were truly shocked. The beautiful maids hurried over to clean up the mess. When I was young, I saw the elders welcoming such a person. They were extremely respectful. The Ji family master said. That was more than 2,000 years ago. He was still young, so he could only watch from afar and couldn't say much. Later on, he learned that the guest was an unfathomable person who had come specifically for the Void Emperor's inheritance. Speaking of outsiders, there have been a few of them. A living fossil said. If it was in the past, they wouldn't have spoken of these secrets. Now Yi Fan was on par with them. Moreover, he himself came from the outer realm. That was why they had so many things to say and wanted to investigate. Several ancient books were sent over. Unfortunately, they couldn't find any clues. They didn't know which ancient star region those people came from. They didn't seem to be related to Earth, so it was difficult to find any clues. I really want to return to the other side of the starry sky. Yi, do you think we can dig out the fragments and remains of the celestial court? Pang Bo asked. This is really hard to say. Yi Fan rubbed his chin and pondered. In the end, Yi Fan and the others asked the Ji family where the immortal Ascension Valley was. They were told that it was a very mysterious place in the Great Wastelands. In the past, a divine king of the Ji family had entered the immortal palace outside the forbidden area of the desolate antiquity and obtained a fortune. In the end, he was sent to the immortal Ascension Valley, and only then did he know about that place. Ziyue, you can go with him. With me at home, you don't need to worry. When there was no one else around, Ji Haoyue said to his sister. A living fossil of the Ji family passed by and heard their conversation. He didn't object and instead said that if they could really go to the other side of the starry sky, there would definitely be a way to return. The group left the Ji family and headed for the immortal Ascension Valley. Yi Fan wanted to see Lin Jia. He didn't know how she was doing and couldn't forget some things of the past. A group of people came to this world, but why didn't the others appear? This made him suspicious. He really didn't know what they were doing and where they were scattered. Back then, how many of us came to this world? It should be 16. Pang Bo muttered to himself. Yes, in the ancient coffin on the Mars star, more than a dozen people died. Only 16 came to this world alive, Yi Fan said. Among them Lu Yunji, Li Zhangqing, and Wang Yan failed to harm us. As soon as they came to this world, they died in the tiger's den outside the forbidden area of the desolate antiquity. Pang Bo nodded. They were taken by the 6 blessed and heavenly abodes of the Yen land to cultivate. Among them, 3 died a few years later. One had a problem with his cultivation. One was killed when he went out, and one was torn to shreds by a strange beast while gathering herbs. Now only 10 people truly survived. Li Xiaoman turned against them and became a great enemy. Zhang Wenchang was in the humble peak. Lu Yi entered the Jasper pool, and Kai was taken away by an old monk to become a Buddhist guardian Vajra. As for the others, Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, Lin Jia, and Zhang Xiling had never appeared. No one knew what happened to them. Are you sure that, other than us, the people in the ancient bronze coffin on the Mars star, and the others who came to this ancient planet are all dead? Yi Fan asked. Pangbo pondered and didn't reply immediately. I still feel that there's a ghostly shadow standing in the darkness watching me, Yi Fan muttered to himself. Chapter 869. The Eastern Wasteland, as the name implied, was located in the east, vast and boundless. It was known for its great wastelands, and this was where its name came from. It was divided into the southern region, central region, and other places. This was a great wasteland in the southern region. The land was boundless, the mountains and rivers vast, primitive forests dense. There was no sign of human habitation within hundreds of thousands of li, and few people set foot here. Yi Fan and the others entered the barren mountains, and after traveling for who knew how many li, they searched for Immortal Ascension Valley according to the mountain river diagram they obtained from the Ji family. This place that had been deserted for thousands of years, and tens of thousands of years, had many rare medicinal herbs. If they were lucky, they might be able to dig up rare precious medicines with extremely ancient medicinal ages. Up ahead, a mushroom cloud rose, and then streaks of black heavenly tribulation descended, submerging a swamp. A large black crocodile appeared there, covering the sky like a dark cloud. What? That's a Tao-severing tribulation. The Black Emperor was shocked. Up ahead was a formidable crocodile. Its entire body was pitch black, and it had severed its own shackles, about to enter the king realm. No one expected to see this kind of existence so soon after entering the great wastelands. This strange beast was about to reach a height that many sect masters couldn't even reach in their entire lives. No one approached and watched from the distance. This black divine crocodile roared towards the sky, swallowing and spitting out light, doing everything it could to resist. The surrounding mountain ridges all collapsed, and the swamp was also evaporated, becoming hard ground. 2 hours later, the heavenly tribulation became more and more terrifying. In the end, with a loud hong sound, a black waterfall poured down. The large crocodile released a miserable cry, and then its body exploded. What a pity, the heavenly tribulation will disappear soon. It failed, and in the end, its body and spirit will both be destroyed. The monkey sighed. The heavenly tribulation suppressed the heavens. The large black crocodile exploded, flesh and blood flying everywhere. A small crocodile flew out from its forehead, formed from its divine sense. However, it shattered in the black sky dome. In the great wastelands, this kind of thing wasn't strange at all. There were often ancient beasts that died after failing to cross tribulation, especially in secret lands that no one had set foot in for tens of thousands of years. In reality, it was the same for humans. All cultivators had to face it, and quite a few people fell on the path to higher levels, turning into scattered white bones. However, just like this black divine crocodile, no one knew about it. They followed an ancient path into the primitive mountain forest, passing through many valleys, and then entered the interior of the great wastelands. With a xiao sound, a streak of golden light flashed past. What is that? Yi Fan's expression froze. He felt a chill run down his spine, and he had a bad feeling. It looks like a small dragon, Li Tian said. After chasing for a long distance, he didn't find anything. It should be a lightning bird. They have the fastest speed in the world. If it was a lightning king, little Yezi, you might not be able to catch up if you don't improve your Xing formula, Li Heishui said. I hope so. Yi Fan didn't say anything else. They continued forward. Pitter-patter. In the distance, lightning rushed into the heavens. The scene was terrifying. The clouds were all dyed in gold, and waves of noises sounded. They quickly ran forward, crossed a large canyon, flew over 2 mountains that towered into the clouds, and finally arrived at the scene. Up ahead, not a single blade of grass grew. There was a stone mountain with streaks of golden electrical radiance curling about it. The scene was extremely mysterious and dazzling. On the peak of the mountain, there was a huge bird's nest. All sorts of lightning bolts fell from the nest. Tens of thousands of them fell like a golden waterfall. What kind of nest is this? It looks like a divine bird's nest. There shouldn't be any immortal treasures, right? The Black Emperor couldn't hold it in any longer. If not for Pangbo holding him down, he might have already rushed up to snatch the treasure. Something's wrong. There was a living creature in the bird's nest. They felt the aura of life and flew up into the sky to take a look. They were immediately shocked. An existence that looked like a phoenix was currently transforming into the Tao. All sorts of electrical radiance were emitted by it. Tao patterns densely covered the nest, and golden lightning coiled around the mountain. Its body wasn't large, only 3 meters or so. Its entire body was golden, and of course, if those beautiful tail feathers were included, it would be 3 to 4 meters long. It was dazzling and dazzling. It can't really be a demonic beast with the bloodline of the phoenix, right? It's actually transforming into the Tao. The few of them were all stunned. This is a lightning phoenix. It has an extremely high concentration of phoenix blood. The Black Emperor was experienced and knowledgeable. After observing for a long time, he said, "Lightning bird was a type of extremely powerful strange bird. It flew extremely fast and looked as if it was made of gold. Its entire body was coiled with electrical radiance, and it was a war pet that many cultivators wanted to tame, but it was extremely difficult. Some of their bloodlines were very special, and their talents were even more terrifying. They had phoenix crowns on their heads, and they were called phoenix crown lightning birds. Most cultivators had to avoid them when they saw them. As for the king among them, it was even more special. It was called the lightning phoenix bird, and it had undergone the phenomenon of atavism. It possessed a portion of the phoenix's bloodline, and it was the most powerful among them. It was rumored that once it grew up, even Immortal 3 would find it difficult to stop it. The so-called rare beasts and strange birds are precisely these kinds of existences." The Black Emperor exclaimed in admiration. Then, he shamelessly boasted that he wanted to take in a beast pet. There were no immortals in this world. True dragons, immortal phoenixes, and the others were all legendary existences. The highest grade spiritual beast divine bird bloodline was also a creature on the level of the lightning phoenix. If I raise one and keep it by my side, I might be able to nurture a demonic beast saint in the future. Even Pangbo was moved. He rubbed his palms together, but in the end the Black Emperor bit onto his arm, not allowing him to make the first move. This lightning phoenix has been injured, and it has been forced to transform. The monkey spoke. With his fiery eyes he saw a bloody hole at the back of the lightning bird's head. Fresh blood was dripping, and it had pierced through its primordial spirit. This is a king bird that has stepped into Immortal 3, and it is actually injured to this extent. This desolate land is really terrifying. Everyone be careful. Yi Fan reminded. Then he thought of the golden light that disappeared in a flash. Could it really be a lightning bird? After all, there was such a powerful bloodline in the mountains. Po! A soft sound came from the bird's nest. The lightning phoenix's transformation was coming to an end. Its entire body was transforming, and it slowly turned into a rain of light. It was incomparably beautiful. Too pitiful. Back then, I raised a phoenix crown lightning bird, and it was killed by Gbue. Although its bloodline wasn't as strong as this one, it was still very spiritual. It died while crying and pecking my fingers. Gbue said softly, as if she was very sad. Po! In the end, a blazing light shot out, and the lightning bird completely transformed. Its bones were obliterated, its feathers disappeared, and its flesh burned, turning into a rain of light with divinity. It was exceptionally gorgeous. A cry of Tao rang out, and then all the light was restrained, disappearing from the nest and entering an egg. What? There's a golden egg, and the divine rain produced by the transformation flew into it. A few people cried out in surprise. Then they quickly rushed up the stone mountain. At this time, the lightning had all disappeared, and this place was exceptionally quiet. The nest was constructed from various kinds of spirit wood, and the inside was covered with soft medicinal herbs. It was full of spiritual power, and in the center was an egg the size of a fist. The golden light was restrained, and it was sparkling and translucent. This is the egg of a lightning phoenix. One can't even find one or two in the entire world. And now it has been showered by the light rain produced by the transformation of Tao. It can be said to be rare throughout the ages. If there are no accidents, no matter what, it will grow into a demonic saint in the future, the large black dog said. The golden egg emitted strands of Tao pattern fluctuations. It could naturally resonate with Tao, and automatically absorb spiritual essence from the surroundings. It was very mysterious. Mine. The large black dog leaped over, and with his body that was as strong as a bull, he pushed his competitor, Pangbo, to the side. Of course, Pangbo wouldn't give up so quickly. He was extraordinarily talented, and was 1 or 2 heads taller than ordinary people. With a wave of his arms, he lifted the large black dog up. "Stop fighting, be careful of damaging the demonic saint egg," Yi Fan reminded. This golden egg was indeed extraordinary, and they definitely couldn't lose it. In the end, they decided to have Ji Ziyue put it away first, and have the large black dog stay far away. Taking it as a beast pet was a small matter. And the most important thing was that they were afraid that it would be eaten. That was because this damn dog had accidentally let slip that this kind of divine egg was great nourishment if eaten. And it could increase a lot of cultivation for no reason. F***ck, I was just saying it casually. Is there a need to be so guarded against me? It was very unwilling. At the foot of this stone mountain, they saw a few lightning phoenix feathers, all stained with blood. Obviously, they were left behind when this king bird that had transformed into Dao returned and struggled on its deathbed. How pitiful. I think it only wanted to pass on its power of transforming into Dao to this egg. Everything was for the sake of its child. So it struggled on its deathbed and returned, Ji Ziyue said. The few of them sighed. That should be the case. What kind of creature had killed it? Yi Fan picked up a tail feather on the ground, and carefully observed it for a long time. Let's go. We've already arrived at the center of the great wilderness, and there's still 10 or 20,000 kilometers to go before we reach the Celestial Ascension Valley. They passed through mountain range after mountain range, according to the map. Some mountains towered into the clouds, and the peaks were covered with snow, while others were shrouded in clouds and mist, evergreen all year round. The wilderness was vast, and the vegetation was lush. Apes cried and tigers roared, and a stone forest appeared in front of them. It was a strange sight. We've arrived. According to the map, it's just a few dozen kilometers ahead of us in the stone forest. We've finally found it, Yan Ishi said. There were all kinds of spiritual birds and rare beasts in this place, and it looked very auspicious. Fragrance wafted in the stone forest, and ginseng, orchids, and other plants grew. Before they even reached the Celestial Valley, they could already see all kinds of auspicious auras. No wonder we haven't heard any news about Lin Jia for so many years. So she's hiding in a pure land. She must have reaped great benefits in the Celestial Palace and has been cultivating in seclusion, Pangbo said. They followed the stone forest and advanced for more than 15 kilometers. Finally, they saw a magnificent land. Auspicious auras were hazy, immortal cranes were flying, and all kinds of rare beasts were hidden. It was a magnificent scene. The inside of the valley was like a fairyland. Colorful clouds lingered around it, and the entrance of the valley was connected to the stone forest. There were all kinds of spiritual trees and old herbs growing inside. There was a stone tablet at the entrance of the valley, and there were 4 ancient words engraved on it. Celestial Ascension Valley. This was a peaceful and tranquil land. Auspicious light shone, and the fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted in the air. The creatures were not startled by people, and there were no waves. It was peaceful and tranquil. This is indeed a rare Dao land. It can calm one's heart, and help one comprehend the Dao. This is the reason why many cultivators live in seclusion. Even the Black Emperor praised it. This place could allow one to harmonize with the Dao and clear one's mind. It smells so good. Ji Ziyue blinked her large eyes, revealing an intoxicated expression. It's an ancient qilon tree, there's a huge patch of it. The monkey was shocked as he looked into the valley. There was a patch of ancient trees there, and the fragrance was spreading out. Every single one of them was like a horned dragon, and their branches were coiled around, as if they were wondrous trees that had been carefully nurtured. Moreover, the most special thing was that the flowers that the ancient trees produced were very magical. They were sparkling and glistening, and they were shaped like little purple qilants. They were extremely special. This kind of ancient tree is also very rare in the primordial era. Raising more than 10 of them is very useful for cultivators. One's state of mind will be incomparably calm, and it will be easy for one to resonate with the Dao. The monkey explained. This kind of qilon tree's fragrance was very special. After coming into contact with it, It would be difficult for it to dissipate even after a few days. The fragrance would fill one's entire body, and it was the favorite of women in the primordial era. What a good place. The few of them sighed in admiration, and were about to enter. However, Yi Fan reached out and stopped them, saying, "Wait a moment." His expression was grave. He took out that blood-stained lightning phoenix feather, and placed it at the tip of his nose, gently fanning it. The fragrance was very faint, but there was indeed a little bit of it. Chapter 870. The valley was filled with specks of auspicious light. Clouds curled up and multicolored light overflowed in all directions. All kinds of spiritual birds danced around. No matter how one looked at it, it was like an auspicious and beautiful painting. How could there be killing intent? The lightning phoenix's feathers were stained with blood. They were passed around in everyone's hands. They placed it at the tip of their noses and seriously sniffed it. All of them revealed grave expressions. There's no need to pass it around. This emperor has already sensed it. The orchid fragrance on the tail comes from within the valley. I can even pinpoint which flower it came from, said the Black Emperor. This was his domain, and his nose was the most sensitive. Whoosh! A snow-white spirit fox ran out. It didn't have a single strand of mixed fur and was spotless. Its ruby-like eyes flickered as it glanced back at them. Then, it disappeared in a flash and rushed into the depths of the valley. It was quite intelligent. Is there really killing intent? There are many spiritual creatures in the valley. Why are they unharmed? Li Tianxin was puzzled. A snow-white old turtle the size of a pot lid peeked its head out and crawled slowly. It also appeared in the valley. The most peculiar thing was that there was a fist-sized white turtle lying on its shell. Li Heishui picked up a stone and smashed it forward. With a whoosh, the white-shelled turtle madly stomped its forelegs and disappeared without a trace. The creatures here were all intelligent. It could be said to be a wondrous land without a trace of danger. Be careful. Ever since we came to this desolate land, I've felt that something was wrong. It's as if there's a spirit lingering in the depths of the mountains, muttered Yi Fan. He used his heaven's eye to look around but didn't discover anything. Then let's call Lin Jiao out, said Pang Bo. There's no need to shout. If my premonition is true, it's hard to say if Lin Jiao is still alive, said Yi Fan in a deep voice. He then told the Black Emperor to lay down a killing formation and prepare to deal with it at any time. Since we're here, we have to figure it out no matter whether it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, said the monkey. Yi Fan nodded. They had already come this far, so they couldn't retreat without accomplishing anything. He and the monkey moved separately. They circled the immortal Ascension Valley from afar, wanting to observe it thoroughly. However, they were shocked. This was actually a small world, a world of its own. Only the valley could enter. My true body can't enter, and neither can my primordial spirit. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome if I die. Let's create a clone to observe, said Li Tian. The damage to your avatar is also very damaging to you. Don't try it rashly. GZUS stopped Yi Fan. Don't worry, I have a technique that can allow me to enter the valley unharmed. The monkey said. He plucked out 4 strands of golden monkey fur from his body. 4 beams of light shot out from his glabella and entered the fur. The monkey fur grew larger in the wind and 4 battle saint apes appeared. They were exactly the same as the monkeys. They had fiery eyes and mouths, baring their fangs at the few of them. Is there really such a wondrous technique? Pang Bo was very excited. He rubbed his hands and moved closer to the monkey, expressing his desire to learn it. This is the art of transforming 1 into 10 million. As the monkey explained, Yi Fan and Pang Bo listened attentively. They had long yearned for such a wondrous art, but they had never expected to learn it today. Damn it, there aren't so many hairs. Pang Bo was in great pain. After learning it, he plucked out a bunch of hair and grimaced in pain. Yi Fan plucked out 4 strands of hair. The tiny golden immortal in his immortal platform took a step out from his glabella. He blew out a mouthful of golden light, and instantly transformed into 4 of himself. It's easy when you first learn it. It's not difficult to form a few of yourself, but it's too difficult to transform 1 into 10 million. Also, there's no need to count on your combat prowess, said the monkey. The destruction of these hairs wouldn't harm the main body, so the ability wouldn't be very strong. However, The monkey said that this was a terrifying forbidden art. When the Emperor of Fighting executed it, he could transform into 10 million. Each of them had incomparable combat prowess and could instantly kill all living beings in the world, destroying an entire ancient planet. Yi Fan's 4 incarnations entered the valley and advanced in different directions. His main body was very clear about the situation ahead. At this moment, his main body seemed to have arrived in the valley and was divided into 4 parts. This was a very strange feeling. He mainly paid attention to the one who entered the depths of the valley from the middle path. Ancient trees swayed, spiritual chi was dense, and old medicinal herbs were everywhere. Following the bluestone path, it was as if he had entered an otherworldly paradise. After advancing for several miles, there was a thatched cottage ahead. It was harmonious and quiet, and a spirit spring gurgled. The clear water flowed under a small stone bridge, and it was very picturesque. He quickened his pace and walked toward the thatched cottage. However, at this moment, he felt a pain in his glabella and his vision darkened. He lost consciousness, not knowing what had happened. Outside the valley, Yi Fan's main body trembled. He opened his eyes and said, "It's very terrifying. Although that incarnation of mine doesn't have much combat prowess, its intelligence is very strong. However, it didn't sense anything and died in this auspicious realm." Everyone was stunned. If it was Yi Fan's main body that had entered, it would most likely be a disaster. He didn't even know how he was killed. This was enough to show how terrifying this incarnation was. The large black dog immediately set up a corner of the Wuxia killing formation, protecting them within it. He vigilantly paid attention to the movements in the surroundings. Yi Fan closed his eyes. Wisps of heavenly secrets were transmitted over from his second incarnation, and they were sensed by him. They traveled together and arrived in front of a forest of jade bamboos. Every bamboo looked as if they were carved out of suet jade. They were warm and sparkling white, and every section was translucent. Their leaves glowed with a white radiance. The forest wasn't very large, but the spiritual chi here was even denser. This was obviously a special type of treasured bamboo. Just like the Qilin tree, it was extremely beneficial to cultivators. There was a milky white essence that drifted about, making one feel very comfortable. There was a stone platform in the bamboo forest, as well as a few stone blocks. The expression of this incarnation of Yi Fan immediately stiffened. That was because there was a cell phone on the stone platform. If he remembered correctly, this should be Lin Jia's cell phone. There were some bamboo leaves on it, and they had all dried up. It was obvious that no one had touched it for a very long time. With a pu sound, he felt as if the top of his head had been torn open. A trickle of blood dripped down and flowed into his eyes. All the light faded, and endless darkness engulfed him. Is this the feeling of death? Outside the valley, Yi Fan's main body opened his eyes. His second incarnation had mysteriously died, and he hadn't even seen what the enemy looked like. It was really terrifying to the extreme. Everyone felt a chill from head to toe. What kind of existence was this? How sharp was Yi Fan's spiritual sense? Yet he had been killed on the spot, and he hadn't even seen what the enemy looked like. Then Yi Fan's body shook again, and he said, "The third incarnation has also died." In the end, he suddenly shook, and 2 blazing beams of light shot out from his eyes. The beams of light were several dozen meters long. The last incarnation died, but before he died, he saw a black demonic shadow stretch out a hand and cover his face, crushing his entire head. "I only saw a blurry shadow after dying 4 times. How is this immortal ascension valley? It's clearly a life-taking demonic valley," Li Tian said. There was a great danger in the valley. If Yi Fan and the others had entered rashly earlier, they would most likely be killed instantly. No wonder that Lightning Phoenix couldn't escape death despite being a king, Jizue said in a low voice. She used her hand to touch the golden egg, and strands of Dao patterns flowed out. "Yi, are you sure that this is the writing left behind by Lin Jia?" Pang Bo asked. This didn't seem like a meeting between old friends. It was clearly a fatal trap. Moreover, the layout was very natural. The message left many years ago, and the clues of a few words made people take the initiative to find it. As long as they entered the valley, they would definitely die. Yi Fan muttered to himself. All these years, There's a ghost in the dark that has been watching my every move. This is a trap laid out many years ago, and I came here to die. I didn't deliberately create it, but I don't know how many dangers are waiting for me to trigger in the future. What are you afraid of? No matter how powerful he is, can he be more powerful than a saint? I'll use a corner of the Wuxia killing formation to open the way, and the Void Emperor's chessboard teleportation formation to be ready to escape at any time. I don't believe he can do anything to us, the Black Emperor said proudly. He decided to enter the Celestial Ascension Valley and see what kind of deity it was. They waited outside the valley for a very long time, but they didn't see any terrifying existences coming out. They all looked at each other and finally prepared to enter the valley. The goddess furnace was held in Yan Yishi's hand, and she was ready to use it at any time to kill powerful enemies. Meanwhile, above Yi Fan's head, there were 81 small jet black flags that were each an inch long floating up and down. They were strange and unfathomable. The large black dog was sweating profusely. He used up all his energy and drank a considerable amount of divine spring water, and only then did he carve a complex and unfathomable formation pattern on a jade disc. He said, "This is the killing formation of an ancient emperor, and it will probably only exist on this jade disc for half a day. We have to hurry." They advanced for several kilometers in the valley, but no danger occurred. When they reached the deepest part of the valley, they saw the thatched cottage, which still gave off a very auspicious and beautiful feeling. There was a gurgling spirit spring, and there was a pure white stone bridge. No matter how they looked at it, it was like a paradise. Boom! All of a sudden, the jade disc on the back of the Black Emperor swallowed the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, and it released countless wisps of divine light. Killing intent soared into the sky as it swept out. Pooh! Above their heads, a streak of blood-red light exploded. It was unknown what kind of being had fallen, but it transformed into a rain of blood that scattered all over the ground. What a powerful being! None of us sensed it. Just then, it almost closed in on us and tore open our skulls. It's a king tier, and it's a king tier that has reached the great accomplishment level. Their expressions all changed. What kind of place was this? How could there be such a terrifying being? No, it doesn't have any life force. Otherwise, it would be impossible for us to not sense it. But why is there a rain of blood? They stood back to back, and were vigilant of their surroundings. If it weren't for the Wuxia's killing formation, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After crossing the stone bridge, Pang Bo shook open the thatched cottage. In an instant, chilly winds howled furiously, and black fog surged into the sky. The auspicious valley was no longer peaceful, and the screams of ghosts were ear-piercing. All kinds of god regulations and light danced about, and this place was razed to the ground. Hong! The jade annulus carved by the Black Emperor interweaved with countless strands, turning into divine chains of natural laws. It evolved into a Dao Sea that rampaged in all directions. Blood splashed about, and blood-stained bone fragments shot in all directions. There were human figures everywhere, and there were terrifying existences everywhere. How could this be? What kind of place did we come to? How could there be a group of people like this? What are they? Why are they so powerful? Li Tian cried out loudly. If it wasn't for the Wuxia's killing formation, they would all be finished. Not even the monkey severing his Dao would be enough. Chilly winds howled angrily, and sand and stones flew about. There were over 100 figures moving about in the rain of blood. Pooh! Great Emperor Wuxia's killing formation revolved, turning this place into an azure field. A majestic demonic figure was killed within the black chilly winds, and a bloody arm landed at their feet. What exactly is going on? Who are these people? How could there be such a group of powerful existences gathered together? This doesn't make sense. Pang Bo cried out loudly. Hong! The sky was incomparably pitch black. A majestic and intimidating building suddenly appeared, covering the entire sky. Numerous figures descended from within, surrounding and killing them. Dong! The Wuxia's killing formation was unparalleled in the world. Even though it was incomplete, less than 1/10 of its original form, it was still incomparable. It was the most powerful killing formation that ruled over the world. The jade annulus shot out a beam of divine light that rushed into the heavens, slicing off a corner of that building. It fell beside them, and endless smoke and dust were stirred up. What? The Black Emperor cried out in alarm. He looked at the corner of the grand building that had fallen onto the ground and cried out involuntarily. Why is it the same as the southern heavenly gate we saw in the divine ruins? There were a few ancient words carved in primordial divine text. The monkey had already grasped all of them after all these years, and it wasn't like before. It was chanting word by word, Southern Heavenly Gate. Where did we come to? What kind of relationship did the immortal Ascension Valley have with the ancient heaven? Heaven, what kind of enemies did we encounter? Could it be that we are waging war against the heavenly soldiers and generals? Chapter 871. Great Emperor Wusher's killing formation blasted off a corner of the Southern Heavenly Gate, stunning everyone on the spot. What kind of place was this? It was truly strange and terrifying. Dust flew everywhere. It was unknown how long this magnificent building had existed for. There were immortal Tao patterns protecting it, and the words Southern Heavenly Gate on the board petrified everyone. What kind of place did we enter? Immortal Ascension Valley. Can we really ascend to immortality? Did we enter the heaven realm? Are we wreaking havoc in the heaven palace? They had their backs to each other as they looked around nervously. There was still a bloody storm around them, and ghosts were running amok. Snow-white bones and bright red blood rained down continuously. It was a ghastly sight. There was a black heavenly palace above them, and 100 ghosts were marching in the night. An intense battle was going on here. And there were even demonic figures descending from the corner of the heavenly palace. Who cares what they are, kill them all. So what if there is ancient heaven? They have all turned into corpses, and are no longer the unparalleled existences of the past. Let's kill them all, the monkey shouted. At this time, they opened their heavenly eyes and saw the scene around them. The demonic figures that were rushing over were all wearing armor. They were like celestial soldiers and generals. It was very frightening. Everybody had corpse hair, and they were not living people. Inconceivable, these people are at the immortal third slaying Tao realm. It doesn't make sense at all. There can't be so many kings, it must be an illusion. Pangbo shouted. Ghosts wailed and gods howled. The black wind whistled, and everything here was unreal. It was too strange. Who in the world could control so many ghosts and gods? They all had the strength of a king. The more they thought about it, the more scared they became. Perhaps only true heavenly soldiers and generals could have such power, retaining a portion of their strength after death. Otherwise, it couldn't be explained. Don't tell me we were really unlucky and dug out the ancient heaven? These can't be the dead ghosts of the past, right? Even the Black Emperor was scared. The elder said that the ancient heaven isn't in this world. If there is, then it is only the Southern Heavenly Gate that fell in the divine ruins. Jizius spoke. Purple light danced about, and the demon Saint Egg in her hand was sparkling and translucent. That's right. We need to calm down. There must be something wrong with what we're seeing. Source Heaven's eye of dispelling delusions. Yifan shouted. However, when his eyes shot out several li of beams of light, what he saw was still the same, not changing in the slightest. The majestic heavenly watchtower existed in the sky, the terrifying ghouls that fell down, everything was real. Damn it! Who cares what it is? Even if it's the real ancient heaven, so what? Even if it's the reincarnation of some heavenly soldiers and generals, so what? The Black Emperor went all out and said crazily. Great Emperor Wusher suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths, killing gods and killing immortals. His killing array can sweep through the celestial court. Yi Fan carved a piece of Heaven Genesis rune channel, and placed a pile of god roots within it. Then he placed the jade disc in the middle to provide more god energy. Boom. At this moment, the jade disc blossomed with boundless light. Over 10,000 divine chains of order rushed into the heavens, and interweaved into a terrifying divine formation, shattering everything. Many heavenly soldiers and generals were turned into blood and bones. After that, the Wusher's killing array sucked all the essence energy dry and unleashed a world-destroying attack. With a dong sound, the heavenly watchtower in the sky was flattened and turned into dust. Everything disappeared. The rain of blood stopped, and the chilly wind stopped. The ground was covered in blood and rubble. It was a scene of destruction. They didn't speak for a long time. Everything was like a dream. All the terrifying scenes had disappeared. The ancient heaven had been destroyed by them, and only a corner of the southern heavenly gate was left in ruins. Crash. Yi Fan walked forward and swept away all the rubble with a wave of his sleeve. A collapsed thatched cottage appeared. And after cleaning it up, a white skeleton was revealed. It was thin and pure white, and it had been dead for 1 or 2 years. His heart sank, and then he felt a wave of disappointment and frustration. Had that intelligent girl died? Yi Fan felt suffocated in his heart. The scenes of the past still appeared in his mind, even though he was together with Li Xiaoman in the end. Another old friend has passed away. Pang Bo also let out a long sigh. No, this girl isn't old and shouldn't be your old friend. She can't be more than 16 or 17 years old, the Black Emperor said, judging based on his experience. Hearing this, Yi Fan squatted down and looked carefully. It's a young girl, not Lin Jia. If it's not Lin Jia, then who could it be? It can't be that she set up a trap to kill us old friends, right? Pang Bo mumbled. If it wasn't for the ancient emperor's killing array, anyone who entered this place would die. It's obvious that she didn't want us to leave alive. Yi Fan sighed. This place was flattened. Not long after, auspicious multicolored light rose, and auspicious aura filled the air. It turned into a celestial ground again, making people feel incomparably strange. They had already walked a long distance. The large black dog drooped his head and muttered. No, everything just now was fake. The real southern heavenly gate is in the ruins of God. Little Nan Nan and I have been there before, and when we looked at it from afar, it was the real thing. There was an immortal heavenly might spreading out. Then he suddenly stood up and shivered, saying, Could it be that kind of thing? Everyone was startled by him. They all stopped and turned to look at him. What did this damned dog discover? Of course, it's definitely not the ancient heaven. I've already said it's not in this world. Jizu's large eyes that were filled with spirit rolled around as she muttered in a low voice, cautiously guarding against the large black dog stealing the demon saint egg. I know what that thing is. Maybe I can obtain a heaven-defying treasure. The large black dog was almost crazy. He stuck out his large scarlet tongue and laughed loudly. What treasure? Pang Bo asked. A treasure refined by the quasi-emperor. The large black dog's words caused everyone to suck in a cold breath. Whoosh! He turned into a streak of black light and rushed back, afraid that others would snatch it from him. He quickly returned to the ruined place just now. He first used the jade disc to defend himself, then stretched out his large claws and began to dig the ground, lifting up the foundation of the thatched cottage. Boom! A terrifying murderous aura soared into the sky, causing everyone to involuntarily have a layer of goosebumps. Their pores all opened up, and their bodies became cold. A black stone statue appeared under the foundation. It was shaped like a malicious spirit, incomparably ferocious. It was pitch black like ink and filled with an ominous aura. If it wasn't for the suppression of Wusher's killing formation, it seemed like it could destroy all life, and no living beings could approach it. What kind of ghost is this? Li Tian asked. The others were also puzzled. What a pity, this thing is almost useless. I was wondering, how could an ordinary person make it work? Turns out it's going to be destroyed. The large black dog was extremely distressed, beating his chest and stamping his feet. Cracks appeared on the black stone statue of the malicious spirit, as if it would shatter with the slightest touch. Indeed, it would be difficult for it to exist for much longer. The large black dog was careful, and he carved out various Dao patterns to seal it before putting it away into his treasure trove. What on earth is this thing? This is a humanoid battle formation, the large black dog explained. To be more precise, it was a type of formation that possessed boundless might. All of its secrets were carved into this stone statue, and once it was activated, its killing intent would be overwhelming. It could control corpses and transform them into the most powerful weapons. It could kill sect leaders, kill king tiers, and kill saints. It could steal the mysteries of heaven and earth, and it was extremely powerful. It can even kill saints? The others were all astonished. Of course, this is a humanoid formation that the quasi-emperor refined with all of his life's effort. According to legends, there was a time when there was no emperor, when a Holy Spirit appeared and wreaked havoc in the world, but in the end it was trapped and killed by this formation, the Black Emperor said. No way, a stone statue like this can kill a peerless Holy Spirit. The others were all in disbelief. Of course there's more than one stone statue. There should be a sequence of them, and it's not like this one, which has almost been destroyed, the large black dog said. This was a stone statue of a malicious spirit. In its complete form, there should be a stone statue of a ghost, a stone statue of a human, and a stone statue of a celestial. There were a total of 9 of them, and each of them was an incredibly powerful formation. After the ghost statue was dug out, the celestial ascension valley became completely peaceful. There was no more killing intent, and all of the dangers had been resolved. Pangbo suddenly smacked his own head in frustration, and said, I missed a great opportunity. I might have seen a stone statue of a human. What? The Black Emperor immediately became spirited, and asked where he had seen it. It was in the Celestial Palace outside the ancient desolate Forbidden Land. I didn't pay much attention at the time, and I only saw that it was covered in cracks, which were similar to this ghost statue. It was almost destroyed, so I didn't pay much attention to it. The large black dog bared his teeth, and he really wanted to bite him a few times. That was a great opportunity. If I looked closely, there must be a method to activate it. You're so infuriating. In that case, the ghost statue might have also drifted out from the Celestial Palace. Yi Fan pondered. Not long after, they arrived at the bamboo forest. Every single jade bamboo was pure white and sparkling, and they were translucent and sparkling. Milky white essence swirled around them, and dense mist rose up. Yi Fan walked to the stone platform with large strides, and picked up the phone. He carefully used his divine power to produce a weak electric current, and then turned it on. A sweet-sounding music rang out. At this moment, Yi Fan and Pangbo felt as if they had been separated from the world, and both of them were absent-minded. It had been too long, and some memories had been unlocked because of this. Their current life was completely different from the past. Little Yi, are you alright? Ji Ziyue was worried, and she lightly shook his arm. I'm fine. Yi Fan came back to his senses and smiled at her. Then he told her what this was and explained it in detail. Yi Fan found some photos, and several of them were of him. He had almost forgotten when they had been taken. There were also many of Lin Jia herself, and her smile was very bright and warm. This is... Suddenly, Yi Fan's eyes froze, and his expression froze. Pangbo, who was beside him, sucked in a breath of cold air. Seeing this, the others all gathered around. This picture was very dim, and there were many people in it. Their expressions were fearful and helpless. Many of them were extremely frightened, and they were huddled together in despair. This is a picture taken by Lin Jia from the copper coffin, Yi Fan said in a low voice. They could tell that these were all old friends, and their expressions were full of despair and fear. This was the scene that happened in the coffin pulled by the 9 dragons. How terrifying. There was actually a malicious spirit beside us, and we didn't know it at that time. Pangbo felt cold all over, and even his heart was filled with a chill. In the picture, there was actually a black shadow not far from them. It was incomparably malevolent, and incomparably terrifying. In the darkness, it was completely out of place, and only a pair of eyes emitted a ghostly light. It was very frightening. Yi Fan also felt waves of terror, and he felt a layer of goosebumps all over his body. Back then, there was another person in the pitch-black coffin. It was a black malicious spirit, and no one had discovered it. Lin Jia actually took such a picture. She probably didn't want everyone to be afraid, so she didn't say it out loud. The more Yi Fan and Pangbo thought about it, the more terrified they felt. At that time, there was actually such an existence in the pitch-black coffin, traveling together with them. It was hair-raising. When they recounted the events of the past, even Li Tian, Li Heishui, and the others felt their hair stand on end. They had traveled with an unknown malicious spirit, but they did not know that they were right beside them. Only now did they know the truth. This was truly frightening. Soon after, Yi Fan opened a recording, and a terrifying voice came out, as if it came from hell. I'm back. Yi Fan and Pangbo shivered, and they held their breaths, listening attentively. Chapter 872. The voice was distant and eerie, without the slightest bit of vitality. It was as if it came from the depths of the cold and dark underground, making one uncomfortable and full of resentment. You can hear my voice, which means you survived. This is beyond my expectations. Yi Fan and Pang Bo did not say anything, listening quietly. Like a malicious spirit that had escaped from hell, the voice was like two pieces of metal rubbing against each other. It was ear-piercing and unpleasant, sending chills down one's spine. Enjoy the time you have left. I will find you, take your life with my own hands, and sacrifice it for me. It was as if a 1,000-year-old ghost was cursing, cold and eerie. It did not speak much, but it made one feel disgusted from the bottom of their hearts. His tone was extremely vicious. For a long time, the bamboo forest was silent, without a single sound. Yi Fan clenched his fists. Back then, the 13 holy sons had set a trap to kill him, but it had always been a mystery. In the past, it was also this kind of voice, just as vicious, using Lu Yi as bait to lure him to his death. That was the first time he had attracted a heavenly tribulation to kill an enemy. Blood was everywhere, and corpses were everywhere. Who knew how many people had died? However, he did not find any clues in that battle. Even after Yi Fan had searched for the culprit, he could not find the culprit. In the end, the matter was left unsettled, until now. And now, the culprit had finally appeared again. And it was the same person. And it was still that same vicious voice. He would never forget it after hearing it once. Pang Bo pondered for a long time, thinking about everything in the past, feeling that there were many possibilities, but he could not grasp the final truth in a short time. He said, after so many years he has only acted twice and there are only two reasons. First, Yi Fan had always been cautious. Back then, there were too many powerful enemies, and many sect master-level figures were chasing after him. For many years he had used origin techniques to hide his true appearance and wandered everywhere, so no one could find him. Second, that person's cultivation was not enough, and only in recent years did he have enough confidence, feeling that he had the ability to kill Yi Fan, so he acted. It might not be a person, the large black dog muttered. He kept up with the times, and soon learned how to play with the phone, turning it over and over, wanting to embezzle it. The cold ancient coffin, the suffocating atmosphere, and the company of a ghost in the dark. Li Tian stared at the picture of the malicious ghost in the bronze coffin, and felt that it matched the voice just now. There's nothing to be afraid of. Let's go back and think about it carefully. Pang Bo punched the stone table, feeling a little uneasy. Back then, what kind of things crossed the void with us? Other than this specter, is there anything else? Yi Fan stared at the blurry picture, and fell into deep thought. He and Pang Bo counted. There were 16 living people in the coffins and a few corpses. They should be on the way to the Big Dipper star region from the Mars star. Did this baleful ghost come from Earth, or did she come from Mars? The process of crossing the star domain was far more complicated than they had imagined. At that time, they had no idea at all. Now, when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. It was truly a bit terrifying. There might be others. Be careful, Yi Fan said. Now they were in the open, and the existence in the dark had been eyeing them covetously for so many years. It was really too dangerous. They searched the Celestial Ascension Valley. It had to be said that this was really a wonderful place. Old medicines took root in the crevices of the stone cliffs, and the fragrance of medicine wafted over. There were all kinds of precious trees, and many of them were mutants in the archaic era, let alone the present world. Li Heishui's luck was extremely good. He dug up an ancient medicine that was at least 50,000 years old beside a quiet stream. It was known as the Young Medicine King, and it overflowed with auspicious air and a strong fragrance. The large black dog targeted the ancient Qilon trees, and he dug up dozens of them at once. He almost looted them all. And even the mud and soil were put into his own treasury. To put it nicely, he was going to plant them in the celestial court in the future. Of course, that mutton-fat jade-like spiritual bamboo forest was also swept away by him, and only a small amount was left behind to be used as seeds. This emperor is the most particular about not collecting all the essence of heaven and earth. Everything must be left with a trace of vitality, so that it can continue to reproduce. Everyone looked at him with disdain. The Celestial Ascension Valley was very large. This was a small world, and it was unknown when it had been opened. The ancient ruins were mottled, and some stone tables and stools had already decayed. The plants had even more so multiplied for who knew how many generations. Fresh flowers bloomed brilliantly in the valley, and there was a fragrance everywhere. A light breeze blew over, and all kinds of flowers drifted down, sparkling and translucent. The fragrance was intoxicating, and it was like a fairyland. This was a true Pure Land. It was beautiful and peaceful, making one not want to leave. It was a good place to cultivate and nurture one's character. The scenery was picturesque, and it was peaceful and pleasant. The sky was covered in a rain of flowers of all colors. They were sparkling and translucent, and a sweet fragrance filled the air. Jizue used Yifan's cell phone to take a group photo for them. Then she stood together with Yifan, smiling brilliantly in the rain of flowers. She asked Pang Bo to help take a photo, and the image was frozen in this eternal moment. She said that she had to store it carefully, and that she wouldn't lose it. The starry sky was too far, and who could be sure that they could meet again? She forced herself to smile, and then asked Yifan for his cell phone, keeping it close to her body. It smells so good. What kind of natural treasure has appeared? The Black Emperor sniffed, revealing a doubtful expression as he sprinted forward. Everyone couldn't help but admire him. After following for 7 or 8 kilometers, they also smelled a kind of delicate fragrance that made everyone's entire body feel comfortable. Their pores all opened, as if they were about to ascend to heaven. This was a stone forest, and not a single blade of grass grew. After advancing for more than 5 kilometers, a stone mountain appeared. The peak of the mountain shone brilliantly, and there was a 4-colored flower growing there. 4 types of auras pervaded the air, and when they descended, even the mountain became hazy. The light of the earth, flames, scenery, and water swirled together, making this place appear mysterious. The 4-colored light interweaved on the flower, making it brilliant and dazzling. The large black dog cried out in surprise and said, "Demon God Flower." 4 types of light pervaded the air, and that strange flower was about to blossom. The fragrance became even thicker, drawing in one's mind, making them want to ascend along with it. They really wanted to swallow it in one gulp. The Black Emperor was incredibly excited, and said, "I'll borrow another 100,000 years from the heavens, so that I can return to before I was born and encounter this flower." This was the Demon God Flower, and it contained the power of heaven and earth. It had an extremely powerful spirituality, and was a holy object in the eyes of the demon race. They would go crazy over it. To adult great demons it wasn't very useful, but its wondrous use lay in nurturing young demon race spirits, cleansing their bloodline, spirituality, and bones, and changing the heaven and earth. The so-called Demon God Flower, its powerful effects could be seen from its name. It was a supreme flower that could nurture demon gods. Although it was a bit exaggerated, it was indeed difficult to find in this world. The large black dog's eyes were all red, and he snatched a jar of divine spring from Yifan. He raised his head and roared madly, saying, "I want to be young, I want to be reborn, I want to become a young spirit." Li Heishui hurriedly snatched the jade jar from his large paw, not allowing him to waste the divine spring, and asked, "Is it really that effective?" "Of course, in my heart, this is something that is second only to the Tao integration flower. Eating it will allow one's divinity to become much stronger in the future, and one's potential will increase greatly." The large black dog stood up on his hind legs, dancing with joy, spittle flying everywhere. He wanted nothing more than to immediately reincarnate, and then come to this moment to swallow the Demon God Flower. If you want to become the demon race's great sage, if you want to prove your Tao, this is undoubtedly a great innate help. I dare say that if you sell this flower to the demon race, they will fight to the death to exchange for it with the best treasures. There's nothing to regret. All the Taos of heaven and earth can be cultivated. As long as you are willing to cultivate bitterly, it's all the same even if you don't have the Demon God Flower, Pangbo said. You make it sound so easy. If I ate this flower when I was a young spirit, perhaps I would have long ago proved my Tao. The large black dog was unwilling to accept this. I finally understand why the lightning phoenix risked its life to enter this valley. Turns out it wanted to obtain the demon god flower for its young spirit, and thus encountered a great disaster, Li Tian said. They all sighed. Without a doubt, that phoenix was already a Dao-severing king tier, and it already knew how terrifying this place was. However, it still took the risk to open up a path and fly in. Everything was for its child. Obviously, it failed, and its body died. It only had time to fly back to that golden egg, and in the end, it dissolved into Dao. How pitiful. Ji Ziyue took out that demon saint egg, and held it in her palm. Instantly, multiple ripples and brilliance flowed out, and Dao marks flickered. The large black dog's face was thick enough to resist an extreme emperor weapon, and he said, I think. I am actually still very young. Perhaps the demon god flower is still useful to me. Something's wrong. There's another life force on the mountain peak. There's some creature on it. The monkey said. That's right. Could it be that some powerful demon spirit beat us to it? Yi Fan nodded, and looked toward the stone mountain. Swoosh, swoosh, they all soared into the sky, and looked down at the mountain peak, looking at the demon god flower. Specks of golden light rippled out, forming traces of ripples. A golden egg. Heavens, could it be another lightning phoenix divine egg? It looks very similar. The few of them cried out in surprise, revealing strange expressions. On the stone mountain, the demon god flower had 4 leaves, and at the top was a 4-colored bud that was about to bloom. Wisps of brilliance swayed down, and every wisp was so mysterious, innately compatible with the Tao. There was an egg at its root, and it was only the size of a fist. Specks of ripples spread out, and a mysterious aura flowed out. One could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary egg. There really is another phoenix divine egg. It seems like the lightning phoenix that cut through the Tao succeeded and made a choice, leaving behind a child here, Li Tian said. Why do I feel that there's something different? It seems like it's not quite the same, and the aura of Tao ripples that spread out don't seem to come from the same source, the monkey said. The golden divine egg in Ji Ziyue's hand moved gently, emitting a softer and more auspicious light. At this moment, everyone could see that the 2 eggs were different. It's angry, and it naturally clashes with that egg. The little fellow is very pitiful, but also very cute. It seems like it wants to rush up, Ji Ziyue said softly, caressing the phoenix divine egg in her hand dotingly. The golden egg on the mountain peak is no small matter. It doesn't seem to be weaker than the phoenix egg at all, the Black Emperor said. As a demon, he could naturally see more things. On the mountain peak, the egg was also moving. Golden ripples flowed under the demon god flower, absorbing essence energy from all directions, quietly waiting for the demon god flower to bloom. Another divine egg that can become a demonic saint. It really makes one look forward to it. This time we really have great luck, obtaining 2 eggs in a row. If we nurture them, we can sweep through the world in the future. Li Tian was quite satisfied. Kill it, we can't let this egg remain in this world. Yi Fan suddenly said with a solemn expression. His memories were opened, and he clenched his fists. He sensed a familiar aura, and he thought of his old friends who had died.